And boop, boop. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so I'm just changing out my thread. Let me see what I get here. Good morning. I'm actually on a little early today. Normally it's not till 8:30. YouTube everybody gets to see my leopard shorts because yeah. Wait till we're back in winter. Y'all gonna see me like all snuggled up in the biggest like hoodies and stuff. I don't know what it is. I love a good comfy hoodie. I love just snuggling up in it. And I just saw that Walmart has some horror movie ones, and I'm like, yes, please. There we go. How's everybody? All right. Good morning. Good morning. I've got my coffee. I don't think I put enough syrup in it, but I actually don't mind. There are some days where I'm just like, I don't want anything sweet. And I know that I've had to deal with the assumption that all I like to do is eat sweets. To be fair, if I have to choose between a candy bar or a piece of fruit, that piece of fruit's going to most likely win out. There's very few candy bars that I will choose over pieces of fruit. I love fruit. Now, if I'm forced to choose between bread and candy, bread is going to win every time. I mean, I may love gummies. My favorites are like the gummy sharks with the marshmallow bellies. Actually, any gummy animal with a marshmallow belly makes me happy. Kind of give some time for folks to join. It's one of those mornings where my eyes aren't great, and that's because we had some banana bread last night before bed. And how could I not love banana bread? It's fruit and bread. Okay, there we go. Just had to rethread the machine with the color we were using. Because I was going back and forth with the 50 Moon Dancers that I'm working on. I was trying to figure out, do I want to do different thread colors? But in the end, I'm like, nope, white. I'm just going to do them all white. All right. Let's see. So I've got this. This was... So we're finishing up the bag from Wednesday. I don't think I did my centers yet, so I'm going to do those. That's what we're missing. I'm like, why does it feel so weird? Because, I mean, it's kind of gray and gloomy outside. I have those sometimes. That's like my deferment. My differ. What that word is. Oh my God. My deferment. For when people are like, oh, great ideas. I have those every once in a while. But I will tell you, I still cannot find my Apple TV controller. So I'm probably going to have to order a new one. Good morning, Salty. I'm trying to see if I can go to your retreat. Because I was so sad that So Magical was canceled. Because I was like, I can't go to Tennessee So Magical because I'll be at Dragon Con. And what is that? There we go. Sorry, just a piece of thread caught me. And then I saw that you're doing that in October, and I'm like, So I'm trying to decide. It's going to depend on what I can. Yeah, that's what I'm using. is isn't the old iPad. Boop, right into Wonderwall. But I'm so mad because I think I might have accidentally thrown it away. Like, I for the last like two, at least the last 2 years, I know the last two times I've gone, I've taken my mom with me because she loves seeing all the bags and seeing all the stuff, and she gets excited about it, which is cool. I love that. Um, how, but then I saw that you were doing so. I was like, ooh, we will definitely be seeing about that because I can just stay with family when I'm down in Florida. Do, do. What do I need? Thick scissors. Almost forgot this is a thick vinyl. Oh. So y'all are going to see like a lot of up close things to try to read comments today. Because the banana bread has a lot of sugar in it. And I know I'm not supposed to eat anything that sweet that late in the night. But I couldn't help it. I knew it was in the kitchen. I was like, I needs it. I needs it. And I've learned that I can't have it for breakfast because I had a couple of slices the other day for breakfast and I was so sick. And it's because my body's like, whoa, this is not a pancake on a stick. This is too much. What's wrong with you? Okay, I have both of those. So I'm clipping my centers. It's also like Walmart banana bread, so it's good, but it's overtly sugary too. Oh, nice. See, I love doing that. I love having a ton of stuff just like cut out. Um, I might try to pull the table over so you can see it. I've been able to keep all these moon dances really nicely organized. And what I've been doing is recording each step as I'm doing it, but like all at once. And it's been letting me know how long it's taking me so that I can kind of gauge that. And then I speed it up. Like the last video I posted, uh, I had to speed it up like 6.5 times just to get the 35 minutes down to 5 minutes. It was hilarious. I was like, oh my God. And watching me kind of speed through it, I was like, oh, if only it went that fast. So I've got them all to almost the last step. So I have everything cut out. I have all of these cut and trimmed. And then I have all of my side pocket attached as well as my little card slot. I'm very happy that I'm doing white. It's going to go with everything. It'll be nice and quick. I must have wound like 6 bobbins. In fact, I can already see that I'm down to, oh no, I'm down to 4. Yes, I still have 4 bobbins. So I've got all of these and they're looking really good. I'm super happy with them. So that's good news. And then I've got, everything set up for this, which what I did for my inside is I've got like a pack of these self-adhesive felt sheets for like crafting. So I used this instead for my stabilizer. So there's no Decaville light. There's just these sheets. And they're like 8.5 by 11, which is perfect because I cut it down to 8 by, I cut it down and it's the perfect size. So I just cut in half and then trim the top. In fact, it's hilarious. My husband's using the scraps. He's going to use them to wrap them on some figurines for like a fur effect. And I'm like, okay, do it. And then over the middle is the heat transfer. And I just did black on all of them. By making them similar and still different, of course, because I've got the outsides different. I'm cutting down on materials in that because if I were to do them exactly as the pattern entails, I would have to charge $35 to for it to be an actual thing. Do you think the fellowships give it more structure? I think the felt gives it about the same structure. See, it's about the same because you have to remember you're also putting in that cardboard. Oh, here, hang on. I've got one that's completely done. Where'd you go? Oh no, not that one. I mean, that one works. Okay. So this is one that I have that's done in that manner. It's got the felt sheet. It's got the HTV vinyl. This one has my tag up here because I forgot to put it down here. But yeah, it stands up just fine with the felt. It's not even softer or anything. It's also going to depend on your vinyl. But you can still turn it around and write on it without without any issue. See, because the notepad has that cardboard piece on it. Yeah, the felt sheets are a twofold reason. One, they are less expensive than Decoville Heavy, because what isn't less expensive than Decoville Heavy? And I had this package of 100 sheets that I got, I think, from the Black Friday, the Amazon return store. So I have 100 sheets of these. And I was going to be I'm using them for a couple of different things, but I'm kind of in my use whatever the hell I've got in my house era right now. Though that's getting harder and harder with my zipper tape right now. But if you're also, just in case, shoot, it's out in the living room somewhere. Hold it. Hold, please. I will show it to you. No, you're not going outside. No, leave your sister alone. Okay. So, if you're selling, by the way, and fatrabbitsupply.com, I have a free PNG and SVG. The PNG is just the lines and it's transparent in the squares. What you do is you cut these out. Okay. So I'm going to cut one out. I printed mine at, you put it at 2-inch wide, you should be able to get it to print out. You might have to do a couple of tries, but it is a free PNG and a free SVG. I have helpers this year at Dragon Con, and my sister-in-law is one of them, and she was like, the only thing I ask is that things have a price, because she's going to feel like she's bothering me every 5 seconds. I have anxiety about asking about prices. It really, because if somebody says, oh, this is $25 and I can't really afford it just yet, or I'm not 100% sure that's what I want to buy, I've got limited funds, I feel bad going, oh, okay, because I feel bad because I just want to spread money everywhere. There are a few things that they barely have to tell me the price. I'm just throwing money at them. I mean, that's how I was at So Magical. So, so I like making sure that everything has a price on it. No, not everybody looks at price. I'm going to eye roll. I hate when people's answer to not doing something isn't the truth. It's their laziness. It's the fact that they go, oh, well, nobody looks at the price anyways. I do. I look at the price. If one person looks at the price, then multiple people look at the price. Okay, contrary to my shirt, I am not cold. Let's see. So it's a little arrowhead like that. You want to make sure that your symbol is on one of these corners. Then you fold over the other. What you do is you put like a little bit of glue here on the last one that you're folding so that it glues that. I would use a glue stick, honestly, because this way it doesn't like bleed through. And then all you have to do is stick it on the corner. Aren't those adorable? I love these. I was thinking of getting like those removable photo glue dots too. So that I'll glue that and then put one of the little glue dots here. So that way when I put this on, I can push the glue dot on and it will stay and they won't be flying off when people are pulling them in and out. However I have. And yeah, I have to make sure that there's no residue on them. That'll be a testing period for sure. But I was just trying to figure out a way to price these without marking all of this. And it just felt like if I put a sign, there's something about signs that people's eyes just kind of like run over. And I'm guilty of that too. So it's not that I don't read signs. It's just for some reason, they're invisible. they're just completely invisible. So having something on it, I know will also help people. I can usually tell somebody who has similar anxiety about pricing, like they're like, oh, this is really cute. I would love to have it. When people say that, my husband just hands them a card and goes, just follow her. If you get a chance to buy something, that's great. But following her and liking helps a lot. I'm like, and it does look cute, doesn't it? If you do the PNG, like I said, it's completely blank in these 3 spots. Should be, for the love of God. Let me know if it's not working. Hang on. Forgot to plug in my laptop. All right. Those under control. But as the PNG, it is this whole thing so it would be all white. Morning, Cynthia. Oh, cool. So if you don't have the ability to add anything on, now if you want me to design something like that, oh, hi Charlie. Honestly, all you'd have to do is buy the helper. The helper design, the helper design off of the brand me, just that alone, and I would design you the tag and send it over. But this way, all you have to do is cut them out, and then you can write your own price if you want on there too. I really like them. I think they're cute. I was very proud of myself. No, don't restart. Oh my Lord, my laptop's being so... But yeah, I have 50 of these over there waiting to be done. I'm really happy with my progress right now. So if I get done with this, which I should, oh good. Yes, the buddy bag. So with the Bitty Bug pack, I'm being very, very honest. Just cut out 10. Just go ahead and cut out 10 of them. Do all the different styles. They take so little that if you mess up one, give it to a kid. Kid ain't gonna care. But I was thinking of cutting out things like a bunch of moon dances, the Shade Slayer. Go. Thank you, sir. And Bitty Bugs, and just putting them in Ziploc bags and keeping those for when I need something to finish up with y'all on the live, or I need to sew, but good God, I don't have anything cut and I don't want to cut anything out. So you say cut out 20. Yes, go ahead and cut out 20. Take my number and double it. Morning, Caitlin. I am finishing up a modified Twilight Traveler from Scroll and Turquoise. One of the ways it's modified is normally you have these with a connector, a squaring connector for handles. However, because I'm using a super cute panel that the connectors would have covered part of, I just decided to put the handle on the top. So the top still has a cute grab handle. I do have a live video on my tube, the tube of the U's, as my nephew calls it, that has, yes, I want to do that one first, right? Hang on. Huh. I thought I had a note. Oh, there it is. I thought I had a note on here. Yep. Flat side first. I also do a different inside where it has a slip pocket that apparently I decided not to top stitch, and I didn't notice till now. No, just go away. Stop. I don't want you to restart, you dumb computer. Laptop's being a pain in the butt. Yeah, I'm excited. I was not. I was desperately trying to sleep. And when I say desperately, I really do mean it was probably 11 o'clock when I finally fell asleep. And then I woke up at 4 a.m. and was very unhappy about this and was very stubborn and refused to get out of bed. Share away. You know me, I'm always here for it. Okay, so we're at the final countdown assembly, and I want to make sure that I'm putting with this bag, the panel is two different sizes. You do have a front and a back. Does she call it top and bottom? Shoot. I don't think she does call it a top and bottom. Somebody called their zipper panels top and bottoms, and boy, did it confuse me. When the infamous puzzle. Oh, because I know yesterday there was. Oh, I forgot to set my goal, didn't I? Oh, well. Oh, the puzzle piece. Yes. Weird. Oh, good Lord. I hope they got it fixed. Yeah, if you weren't aware, yesterday there is a company that sent out an update that apparently just knocked out a lot of oh, thanks, Cynthia, because I probably would be like, what is going on? It knocked out a lot of, like, airlines were having to delay things. Hospitals were having to delay things. It was going nuts yesterday. And I have a couple of programmer friends who are like, you never promise a code update for Friday. And I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, because if something's not working right, you do have the weekend to get it fixed. I was like, oh, snap. And I'm like, wow. Oh, this is fitting nicely. Whoops. I think I finally got this adjusted where I want it. Oh, for the love of Pete, where are they? There they are. Oh, I can't wait to get those moon dances done because they're going to be so cute. Yeah. I hate to say this, but you don't knock out Microsoft and keep your job. I feel so bad. And I had a weird dream about it too, where all my friends worked for, all my programming friends and non-programming friends were like chilling out in almost a hotel lobby, but it was like like 20 floors up. So I guess it was like a penthouse suite or something. And I was trying to keep everybody chill. And one of my friends just wanted to keep taking showers. And one of them, I was like, do you just want to sit here and wallow, or do you want to play chess with me and see how well that goes? It was so weird. I really didn't know what to do with it. Good morning, Joy. It was to the point that so I woke up at 4, couldn't get back to sleep. And then I got creeped out. Now the creeped out part might have been my fault. It's definitely my fault. Because I was I was listening. Sometimes I put on an audiobook on YouTube so that I have a little bit of like a flashlight or a nightlight with a book that I've heard before, just kind of going in the background. So it's a little noise and a little visual, and it helps me go to sleep. Well, for some reason, I've decided the last couple of days that The Outsider by Stephen King is what I should put on while I'm trying to sleep. I do not always make good choices. Come on. Hang on. Let me do this real quick. Boop. Go away. Okay. There we are. Sorry, I had to put it on Do Not Disturb so that 1,000 people won't call me today. But yeah, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. I mean, Christine wasn't too bad. I fell asleep to that real quick. I never get through a book. But that's the point, is that I'm putting on books I've listened to so that it kind of lulls me into this just sense of familiarity, and I can go to sleep. But last night, man, I just maybe also doing Sudoku right before bed is not a good thing. Oh no. Another bag maker got permanently banned during her life. What in the world did they do? Oh, goodness. Unjustly so banned, or like because I mean, there's a lot of times that people get banned for trying to help other people unjustly. That's horrible. That is, see, I don't like when that happens. I hope she can get it. I hope they can get it fixed, because that's I will say that's one of my nightmares, is getting unjustly banned and not being able to do it, because I will say I am ecstatically like 26 followers away from 2,000. And I am like, wow, so happy. And I think a lot of it has just been consistent lives, because I don't consistently post, that's for sure. I try, but then I get distracted. Yeah, they usually don't. Oh, I hope it wasn't Bags by Mona. She's so sweet. Well, if she gets a chance, tell her to go. If she has to redo her account, let her know that all she had to go into Fat Rabbit Supplies or on my Instagram and let me know what the new one is, and we can help her get back up there. Terrific. Oh, Terrific Planner. Okay. Good Lord. I think a lot of it might have been I just hope it was the internet nonsense that was going on yesterday. Ooh, what I have yellow. Ooh, I can use yellow for the inside too. For the binding. Whee. Yeah, I can use this yellow for the binding. I think that'll be pretty. It'll match the yellow for the outside. Sort of. It's binding. I'm not like. Oh, okay. She did get banned, but got it back. Okay, good. Oh, good. Okay. Whew. Well, that was a roller coaster ride of emotions. Okay. Woo. So before I start any binding, where is my glove? Hang on. There it is. Oh, thank God. My hands. Ooh, my hands are killing me today. They weren't doing too well last night. Yeah, I finally fell back asleep and had that weird dream at like a little after 5. And I know it was a little after 5 because my husband's alarms were going off. And then poor thing, he felt so bad waking me up again. He's like, babe, we got to go. And he's like, you need time to wake up. I'm like, oh, good God. It's like, you never know what's going to get you banned, what's going to get, you pushed down. It's even saying the word banned bad anymore. It's like, holy crackers. Okay, hang on, my glasses are. Where did that come from? I think I'm gonna make myself a Slayer just to keep by my bed. I'll make myself one of the soft felt ones so that in the morning when I wake up, I can clean my glasses. Oh, stop it, head. Really? I am in them. So my brain kind of acts like a toddler sometimes. It has the most inconvenient time where it goes, hey, this would be a cool idea. I just make videos. Go. I'm trying to get better at making some videos again. I know I have these stretches of suddenly posting every day for like a week or two, and then off the grid I go. I do still try to show up for my lives at least. Except when I forget what day it is. My doctor's appointment gets in the way. See, I've been thinking about moving my live to Thursday, but I like saying happy hump day. Happy hump day. I like calling it hump day so's. And realizing that today is not Wednesday, it's Saturday. Come on, you. So right now, I'm just basting this down at 1/8 of an inch so I can get everything to sit where I want. And especially with the fact that I have the boning material in here and stuff all over the place. Where are you going, Meowlister? No. It also helps to give you a second line of stitching without overworking your vinyl. And once again, I'm going to do my best to look at all screens. I will say the clock app tends to be more active, so it's easy for me to just kind of glance out. Well, I say it's easier for me to usually glance out of the corner of my eye. And see comments show up there. Come on. There we go. Oh, no, you don't. Alrighty. You're going to love this, y'all. I still have not finished tucking zippers in all those wallets I made. Oh, God. One day I will finish them. Hey, Logan. Good morning. Working on Apothecary Diaries bag. So that's what we've got so far. So if you want a more sturdy bottom and a bound bag, because I had somebody ask this question in a comment on one of the socials somewhere. Oh, because they're so fast. If you want more stability on the bottom of your bag, what works really well is to measure out, like get to this point, then measure from probably the start of each curve, undo a little bit of your basting stitches here, and stick a piece of Peltex. So that would be just like if you were putting it on the bottom of a regular bag. And then you can even at this point add purse feet to it if you wanted to. And then just kind of clip that together. You can do it after you've bound this so that you're clipping it anyways. But that's a way to encase it without having to worry about it going anywhere or guessing where it should be. Because at this point, you can definitely see where the bottom of the bag is. This side is heavier because all the weight is over here. All right, but now we're going to measure out our binding. So, yeah, this will be fun. So, I'm just going to wrap my binding around it until I get to a little bit overlapping. Let's see if I can do this left-handed. That's pretty awesome. I'm slightly ambidextrous. I call it being survival ambidextrous. I can do it if I absolutely have to, but it's not going to be with the greatest of skill, and it's definitely not my left is definitely not my dominant hand. Do you ever go to like sing something and nothing comes out? And you married Tyler Moore. I don't care what they say about us anyway. Right. There we go. That's kind of fun. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. I got my order in from Wawak. But what I do when I get my order of tape in from Wawak is I open it up and I leave it outside for a few minutes. I barely have the dexterous sometimes, so I feel it. Bum, 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 bum. Don't Alrighty. I've got a couple of friends. I got quite a few friends actually that are left-handed. In fact, one of them's the one that one of them is who coined the phrase to me, survival ambidextrous. Because my hands were my right hand was full, but somebody like chucked something at me, so I caught it with my left. And they're like, "Wait, are you?" And I'm like, "Only when I need to be," apparently. Because they did a test where I had both hands free, and actually it was really funny. They threw something at me and I didn't catch it at all. But they threw it at my left because they're like, "Oh, it's probably just because it was, thrown that way." And I'm like, "No, y'all are cute." Oh, my sweet summer child. That is not how this body works. Body works whenever the heck it wants to, and it never when I want it to sometimes. Boom, boom. Bump. All the do's of zoom, 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 and the boom, boom. Shake your rump. Oh, that's right. I started up here now. Okay. So I've got that zipped up so that I've got a little bit more of a steady way of putting this on. Okay. I do like when I can see the light through this because it does help when I'm putting it on there because I want a little bit more than halfway. Come on. And I just pull a little of the paper backing off at a time. It's going to be nice with this gingham because it's got the grid on it. So I can use the grid to make sure that it's even all the way around. Because sometimes when you go around the curves, you end up pulling it one way or another. So yeah, what I'm doing is I'm using my light to kind of see through it to place it, to do my best to place it in the same spot. Which, there we go. You can also, before you put your tape on, fold it in half. You can also use two things of tape. I see what you did, you little brat. Sorry, the bias ribbon curled up and caught on the tape for a second. There we go. There we go. Ta-da! All right. I have to make sure that this definitely goes in the trash. Morning, Oma. How's it across the pond? I'm just getting this bag done. All righty. If you can, yeah, you can fold the bias tape in half. Whatever helps you keep it even, that's going to be what's going to make your binding look really good. I mean, that helped a lot when I was doing the carpet bags because I had a place that I could use for the middle. So I'm just going along like, see, before I fold in the curve, I make sure that both sides are pushed down or folded over. And then I go back in and start with the middle, and then, yeah, I have another one here. Let's see. So I get my sides folded under. So I've got that little thing there. I just go into the middle and push that down. Then you'll have kitty ears, and then you just start working everything into the curve. Ta-da! And then, excuse me, and then we stitch it down. I am going to use my true seam allowance now. For me, that's 1/4 of an inch. I just like how it looks, so that's what I use. Curl this up. By sewing with your gusset down like this, you're sewing in the round, and that does help to shape the bag too. Helps to kind of force it into the shape that you want it to be in. And that's why I wait till now to do my true seam allowance, so that I know it looks good. This blackberry song, where is my happy ending? So when you're starting to go around those curves, sometimes lifting up the foot and repositioning the gusset will help you go around that curve a little bit better too. It'll be a smoother transaction. Transition? Transcontinental? I don't know anymore. Oh, I also had a question about when I use the zapper. How do I get it to where the little threads aren't still left over? Ooh, nice. I'm glad it's going to be a nice day. It's a little bit overcast here. So whenever you've got these little threads, I don't know if y'all can see them. Let me see if I can. There we go. Let's see right there. So whenever you have that little thread, if you're able to bend it to where it just about goes through, you don't have to get too close. You just have to get close enough that it gets a real good glob going. And then I use the side of the lighter to push it down, and it kind of melts it into it. That's what I used to do with a lighter anyways. Just be very careful and practice on places that you know if you accidentally singe, it's not going to ruin the bag. Ask me how I know. But now we've got our binding. Love it. It looks so cute. I'm not going to lie. This would be a perfect like insides for a Chucky bag because it looks like the inside of a toy box to me for some reason. I don't know. All right. Other side. So, and this is the side with the pocket. So when you're carrying it, this will be on the back, and that means this pocket is against your hip. Yes, I know it means that my tag is not shown as much, but my tag is not the centerpiece. My tag is a reminder that this amazing bag came from me. However, the tag isn't meant to be the showstopper. This panel is in this case. So I do try to take that into consideration whenever I'm placing my tag. If there had been a spot, like there kind of was down here, if I was just putting the metal tag, I could have put it here. I had a thought to put it like on the side, but it would have been squeezing in, and I think it would have looked very forced. We're a consent household. Here we go. So let's see. I'm going to line up my centers. With this pattern, it does let you know if you're using their exact measurements. There is side points that you can mark as well. I tend to like just doing top and bottom marks so that I'm not fidgeting it too much. I just make sure that I remember which way I started. And in this case, I actually kind of pushed it to the middle because I've got it right where I have the measurement exactly where I want it. Yeah, you should be fine. You can make it through this one. Like I didn't even clip into my gusset. I am going to clip into my gusset this time because I know how thick this maybe I did clip it. I just don't remember. Y'all, did I clip? Good Lord. It's been that kind of couple of days. So my emotions never range. No, thank you. My emotions are never I'm a little sad or I'm a little happy. Oh no. I am furious. I am depressed. I am manic. Manic usually lasts for a few hours and then it switches over either to exhausted because manic means that I've been dancing around like an idiot and singing to my cats. And just being, in a super, super good mood versus just, how I am now. I'm in a great mood. I'm just a little sleepy, but I'm in a great mood so far. The bag's behaving, and so is Tiberius. And I just need everything to behave. But the last couple of days, I've been full on manic. Like, I've just been overtly, just high. It's been, my husband says that it was like seeing someone stick their finger into an electric socket in the cartoons, where they would get like, I was practically a Tiny Toons character to him. And he said it was interesting. But I've been like that for like 3 days straight. So I'm kind of exhausted now because it's so much energy to deal with being manic and to try to control it. Because it can go overboard really fast. And once again, I am super grateful that my partner does not think that any part of my personality is too much, because even after a while, I think I'm done with me after a while. But the cats were even kind of chill about it, which is weird. So I don't know. Maybe I was just in a really good mood for a while. Who knows? Oh, good Lord. Also, when you're excuse me, when you're putting the other side on, you want to look at where the placement is if you're not using a lot of placement marks. So what you can see here is that that's kind of going over nice and smoothly. Where's the other side? So if I put it here, you're going to see this, see how that's kind of digging weird. And that's because they're not in the same place. It's not placed right. Does that make sense? I feel like it doesn't make sense. It means that the same place on both panels are not matching. There we go. That might work out better. Because I do check to make sure the panels are the same, just in case my cutting is not working out well. Here we go. There we are. And because of how I put my panels together, I have to make sure that this is the same, that it's not shifting funny, like doing that. Nope, there's the puzzle piece. All right. Boop. Okay. Well, Cynthia just got hit with the puzzle piece, went through just fine. So I think they got whatever was going on yesterday. It sounds like they got that fixed. I'm also thinking of, I know he's not on there, so I'm also thinking of kind of surprising my husband with a trip. He craves adventure. And I think a part of it's my fault because I've done so much stupid crap as a kid that he's like, oh, I've never done that. I'm like, but do you really want to? I mean, there's some things that I think he would really enjoy, you know, snorkeling, which we have done that. We swam with some manta rays, actually, which was the first time in years that I have been in the ocean long enough to be around other creatures. Oh, God, it's so structured. It's so structured. Look at it. It's like a brick. Ow. So this is going to be fun to sew. Just putting all the clips in that I can. Okay. Also, use as many clips as you want. If you have this whole thing covered in clips, fantastic. I can't sew with that many clips, but you know what? You do what you got to do. Clips are important. I've seen some folks like sew stuff like this, like Miko Craft. I've seen him sew bound bags without clips, and I'm like, dude, stop. I need you to stop being so awesome, because that's witchcraft. There we go. It's almost time for me to be hungry again, doggone it. I don't know what's going on, man. I had a piece of banana bread this morning, right when I got home from taking him to work. And my stomach's like, it's okay. But where's our sausage roll on a stick? And I'm like, I get so mad at my body sometimes, because it's like, it's so demanding some days. Don't mind me. I'm going to have to remember to singe it this. Ooh, there we go. Like, seriously, this is giving me Chucky vibes. Even the happy to see you kind of adds a new creepiness to it. Hey, Sherry. All right. So we're finishing up the Twilight bag, Sherry, from last week, or from Wednesday. I'm trying to decide what I even want to do for next week. That's going to be Did I join the... Sorry, my brain just went, as it does sometimes. Okay. Time to sew. Let me get this side here. But I am trying to decide on what I want to do next. Because I think I really I need to make myself a new wallet. I'm also trying to decide if I want to make myself an Eda bag. So once again, I'm just going around this at 1/8 of an inch so that I can tack this down. You are more than welcome. If you're going to do a 3/8 seam and you want to do a 1/4 inch for your tacking, go right ahead. I do recommend the 1/8. It just lets you catch things a little bit better. You're really just tacking this down. Really just throwing my freaking screwdriver everywhere. Oh, where are you at? Okay, so I made the coupe fill, which maybe that's what I'll work on after this. Because I really want to get that bag. I want to make myself a matching wallet. So I think I'll cut out a wallet. But again, I'm trying to decide what I want to show y'all because I've got a lot of patterns. I've got so many patterns. Oh, I wanted to do a backpack. That's right. I wanted to do my mini backpack. Because I gotta do some backpacks anyways. I also need to cut out more travelers for the show. Because I can't not make more has-been stuff as well as Baldur's Gate. I've got some random stuff I want to make too. I was thinking about making an insert for an Eda bag that has the like silicone mat or something like that so that it can be a sticker Eda bag. Aw. Oh, the puppies get chicken. God. I feel sometimes like I'm a bad cat parent because I'll share my ice cream with Charlie. He has a sweet tooth. He doesn't get a lot. He gets like a nailful, a couple of nailfuls mostly. I dropped a piece of the banana bread and it barely hit the ground. He was all over it. I just make sure that it's stuff that, like when we eat the sherbet, when we have sherbet, he doesn't get any of that because I don't think citric acid, like that type of citric acid, is good for him. It's also not a huge fan of, he's not a huge fan of it, so that kind of helps. But he doesn't know that we have that. Oh, maybe I'll look for some pet ice cream. I bet he would love that. And then I wouldn't feel so bad. Because he does get, he gets dental treats. He gets all the dental treats because his sister snubs them. I don't know why she doesn't like them. Come on. I've got that tacked on. It's not something I talk about. I just kind of do it because it's instinct. But when I'm turning it over like this, I'm making sure that everything feels right. Like it feels like a box right now, which is what I want. I want it to feel like a box. Boy, it's that. Oh, this is going to be fun to turn. All right, let me do this. And I like to close it up because, again, I like to have that extra structure. But I'm just making sure because if something didn't get tacked right, this is the time I need to. Welsh Terriers, Peanut is 15 months and Shadow is 7. Ooh, there's an age gap. Does Peanut go after Shadow and Shadow have to show him who's boss? Where are you at? Because, I mean, oh, so fun. So y'all always hear me yell, leave your sister alone. The other day, Tiamat didn't see me when I came into the room. And she was like going at Charlie. Like she is attacking him. Like they're playing, obviously. But you can tell she started it. And then I guess I like made a noise and she stopped and looked. I was like, no, get him. He's always getting you. And she was like, she like put on this like innocent act, like, Mama, help me. And I was like, it took me a moment. I'm like, do you attack your brother and then make it look like he attacked you? You sneaky little bitch. And I don't, I really shouldn't be surprised, but I am because I've never seen her be smart, but apparently she is a lot smarter than I thought and has figured out how to do it. So I've been trying to be quiet when I start to hear a scuffle. And that's what it is. She is starting stuff a lot and then getting him to chase her. And then I yell at him. And I kind of respect it. But at the same time, as a middle child who was blamed for everything in the house because my brother found a way to blame everything on me, I feel for Charlie now. And I'm like, so I told Aaron, he's like, no, listen, he's like, you think they're smarter than they are. I was like, okay. And then yesterday, because he was off, he caught her doing it too. And he's like, I'll be damned. I was like, yeah, I know. He's like, but you still yell at him to leave her alone. Okay, well, yeah, because he's the one chasing her now. I don't know who started this. I don't know who starts the fight, so I'm just going to go with the first instinct. Like, it was always funny when my mom would yell for one of us. She could never get the right name out first. So it was like Chris Eliza Eric, or Eliza Eric Chris, or Eric Chris Elizabeth. And we always waited with bated breath to see which name was going to be the final puzzle, the final part of this yell, because that's the person that was in trouble. Sadly, I was usually the one in trouble. Until my brother moved out and suddenly I wasn't in as much trouble anymore. I'm like, because I wasn't doing it. Wasn't even tall enough to get to the jelly beans. Yet they disappeared. Of course it was Elizabeth. Trash got knocked over and nobody cleaned it up. Well, Elizabeth's the one that's home. So is Eric. I laugh now, but I was a very frustrated child. Sherry, yes, I have double-sided tape, 1 inch thick. I just put it along the middle. That way I'm not really, let me check my needle. Yeah, I'm not really sewing. I shouldn't be sewing over it. Shouldn't be sewing over much of it, being the operative word. But it helps everything to stick down. I know some folks use 3/4, but then I know you're definitely sewing over it. And you're going to be sewing over 2 layers of it. So, and this tape I get from Wawac, which is their double-sided like hyper stick tape. So I'm trying not to sew over 500 layers of it because even my needle was like, but I do love these needles. Okay. Wonder if I can move over. Trying to see if I can move the tubes over. Where are you at? So let me do that. I don't know if the wires are gonna let me do it. So I've got stuff everywhere over here, of course. Why is everything wrapped up into everything? Oh, because I was sweeping. When I sweep, I have to tie up all the wires because they're everywhere. Okay, that should help. All right. So let me see. This way, if you go back to watch it on the tubes, I don't drop the camera. Probably should do that right. Trying to see the best way that I can show. Sorry, YouTube. I don't want to make anybody dizzy. This might be, yeah, this will work out nicely. Okay. So this way, if you're watching on tubes or you go back and watch it, you can see what I mean by sewing in the round. Down there. So again, I'm using 1/4 inch, making sure nothing's tangled up. Put out a prayer to the bobbin gods. I'm going to play bobbin chicken because it's my last bobbin with the purple. So, okay. So I'm just going to follow along the line. And then especially for this side, I lift up my foot a little bit. And then I put my hand behind the bag. There behind the bag. And I lift it up. Sometimes I lift up my foot so that I can kind of reposition everything. Coming out of the curve is actually a little bit more tricky sometimes than going into the curve because the bag wants to shift on you. And that's why I like doing in the curve better, in the round. But I'm also putting my hand on the left side and yanking the whole bag. It's a little bit easier this way when you're first putting on one side because you can have your hand inside the bag. And I could open up the bag. What are you doing? There we go. But it's not going to work when it's upside down, obviously. Okay. So yeah, like when you're coming out of the curve, you're going to have to push down so that it stops pulling this side up. And clipping those corners on your gusset connection sides, this side up here, that is, I've noticed that helps a lot too. Come on. Okay, so watch here. So I'm coming out of this curve and it's wanting to stay up. What I have to do is as the second I feel I'm out of the curve is to push the bag down. If when you push down the bag, it's pulling still way up. You're not out of the curve yet. So let me find my other thread. There we go. And you want to make sure that on this inside of the machine that it's not catching on anything, because sometimes it'll catch on your zipper or your pocket. They just want to kind of keep moving that around. All right, move you back into the cup. All right. Oh, I'm very glad on my, yeah, it's a little bit easier for me to move the camera for the tubes. And because that stays, that's the one I really want to make sure can get that good view. All righty. Those aren't the scissors. Okay, here we go. And sometimes I just kind of cinch them to get them clipped so that I can move this away. There we go. Sometimes just holding it close to the thread will get it to melt. So if you can get it pretty close and just hold down the button nicely, it'll cause the heat to do what it needs to do. All right, let me get... Madre de Dios, come here, clip. Dang it. One of the purple glitter clips was already starting to crack, and I forgot to check which one. That's okay. I'll find it later. I always find them. So, as you can see the rivets in here, and that's because I will always rivet through all the layers. It just feels like a smarter decision. If I remember correctly, she has you rivet through all the layers. So now we get to turn a bag. Turn the bag. Every now and then I have to fight a little. Anyways, I'm sorry. I think Manic is coming back because I'm waking up. Okay. As I said, I do not do an easy turn. The only thing that I do is I make sure that quickly, or as quick as I can, my zipper points are not being pulled at anymore. So that is my biggest worry, because that's the most sensitive part. Now, again, if it pops out, then I know that I didn't put it in properly. But that's also why I have such a long zipper. However, that doesn't mean that there isn't the bad luck of a zipper tooth being weak. This still will help me see that. Works. But I'd rather not test it too much. Okay. There you go. So I just start to kind of work. Again, don't use your fingertips. You're going to bust a nail. Yes, Sherry, I do have a YouTube. It's under Chubby Bunny Studios. It should be in the link tree if you hit my profile. But using your knuckles is better. You're not going to hurt your finger, or like if you slip, you could. I have sprained a finger before, and believe me, that was like the last time I decided that I was like, well, let me try using my knuckles instead. So here we are with the back of the bag. I did not do it. I guess I better do a strap. I don't know why I didn't go ahead and do one. But here's the inside. I love how that looks. I think that looks really good. The binding came out nicely, even with the different colored thread. I don't think that hurts it any. There we go. Oh, okay. So let's see how. My biggest concern was making sure that this handle worked nicely, which I don't mind at all. But I think it's definitely something. Yeah, that feels a little off. Like, I can definitely see that these are not really 100% even, but they're off by 1/8 of an inch, and it's me. I know it's me. So, but it will sit nicely. Yeah, like that. It'll sit nicely because I was able to still put that the D-ring here. You know, I don't hate this. I really don't. I think that looks really stinking cute. I think I have a slightly better idea for the handle that I might try. No, thank you. But I think it looks so adorable. And this is not a lot of interfacing. I have Decoville light on the panel and this back panel. Sorry, I like that noise. It makes me happy. I have a piece of Decoville light on here, and that's mainly for stability of the strap because I know people are going to be pulling this, and this is going to be what holds it. And that's it. I have 3 pieces in here. Oh, and the bottom. I'm sorry. I have a Decoville light on the bottom. But I don't have any Decoville light on this piece. I have polyester boning in it. So I think y'all are right. I think taping it up there just helps a lot too, because that'll keep it from sliding around. Because it's like right here, which is perfect. And I am trying to get better about saying the question out loud so that you're not like, well, what the heck is that the answer to? Okay. So let me see. I think I will worry about a strap off camera. It's just a strap. Stay. Let's do this. So I have this idea because I can't stop myself from having ideas, apparently. Where I want to make myself an Eda bag, but I don't have that many like pins and stuff because I don't really collect pins. I do have some, but not a whole lot. Oh yeah, let me go get it for you. And I can show you the inside. Let me change this out. So I was just thinking that I would like to make an insert that would let me put the stickers that I have, because I have so many stickers. All right. So, what I do like, by the way, about this bag is how wide it opens. This is always my challenge with bound bags, is that if it's a and there's the inside. Both sides have a slip pocket that also has a zipper on it. And this one has a tag that says, where are you at? There you are. Happy to see you. Still makes it creepy. I might have to mimic this inside. I just got some new files that one of them has Chucky. That I think I need to do that bag. And the enamel pins. The pins used to be huge, but I have loads of stickers. And now I'm wondering if jelly vinyl would be okay for a sticker. So let me see. But I've got some jelly vinyl from Beauty and Geek. I've got a roll of jelly vinyl. And it's really thick, and it's not my favorite thing to sew with, and I think that's because of the jelly vinyl itself. Because see, it's definitely a stiff one, but it doesn't keep a crease. So that's really nice. Let's see. But see, it can be stiff, so I can roll it out and flatten it. But the question is, will it let go of a sticker the way silicone mats do? So, because this way I can change out my stickers. Looks like it might let go of them, but not the way I really want. Oop. Sort of. So it's a sort of. So it's probably not something I really want to use because it feels like very difficult to get off, where these come off really nicely. These are just silicone baking mats or crafting mats. And then I put a magnetic frame holder on one side, on the top of it. And my stickers can be taken on and off. So that means that when I get new stickers, I can move them around if I want to. Because I love stickers. They're so cute. But I have anxiety because I don't want them to die. I love them so much. So I've got a couple of these that I filled. So I think what I could probably do is make myself and just I can make myself an Eda bag and then just put one of these with maybe a piece of Peltex in between just to kind of give it some. Yeah, the jelly vinyl is definitely a no. It's like an infinite sticker. I do have some really cute pins. I do, and I made myself a pin thing at one point when I was yes. So maybe I'll just make myself a freaking Eda bag and just put all my pins in it. See, I do have quite a few, and this is not even all of them. But I've got Star and Marco because I love that show. I love my little dinosaur carousel. This is from one of my really good friends. Absolutely adore this pin. There's little Poe, the pigeon. Love him. These are from, and this one is from Atomic Pixies. I partnered with them a lot when they were doing pin Kickstarters. Along with everything else. I love these two because it's Powerline and Archimedes. Whom I adore. I love Archimedes. He always made me laugh. He's such a cute little baby. Oh. And then just some of the pins I did turn into magnet. I also use some of these for needle minders when I'm cross stitching. Oh, I do love pins. I like certain pins. I love pins. I just don't know what to do with them. But like I have my little, he holds my scissors on my machine. He's adorable. He holds my snips. And then the penguin holds my scissor snips. That was just put on there because And then I've got my Diglett, which I just showed you. I've got my little hedgie. Because what you do, if you're wanting to do something like that, you just snip off the back of your pin and then just glue a magnet onto it. Sorry, Gary, this one is from when I was in when I was being trained for patisserie, when I was in culinary school. I was in the decorating club and we got pins made. I actually designed the pin for it too. She's like, we just want a piece of cake with the club on it. I'm like, all right, I can do that. So I do have these and I do have more. So yeah, I think I will. I'll just make myself a plain. Would y'all like to see that? Do you want to see me make another Eat a Bag on here? Because I've already changed some stuff in my head. So I've already got stuff that I want to fix. Not necessarily fix, but make a little bit more efficient. So if y'all want me to do that, I do not mind at all. Well, of course. And Cynthia says, well, of course. You have a little display and you put them on. I have seen some 3D printed ones that you can hang on the wall that I'm tempted to have Aaron make, but he's already working on so many things for me that I told him, when I come to you with an idea from now on until after Dragon Con, for the love of your sanity, just write it down and put it aside. It's okay. No, I didn't, because I am not all that smart. All right. So I know I've shown it before, but some folks haven't seen that part. So with large spools like this, it likes to unwind. So just make sure you have a good tail and then start to wrap around the bottom. And as you wrap, tug your thread. I do this usually a couple of times, or at least a couple of rounds, and then see, ta-da! It is not unwinding. That makes me happy because I don't like when the strings all unwind because I am so terrified. Charlie's going to be like, oh, what's this? A new toy. I will destroy it. Thanks, Charlie. Pain in my butt. I do have some keychains too that I can put into it. I've never really had an Eat a Bag. I think it'll be fun to have one. I just got to figure out what I want to make it out of. I'm thinking my last unicorn fabric that I have, or design that I just got. There is an Eat a Sling. It's a sling of holding or something like that. I know I remember who it's from. I just can't remember who it's from. But it looked really cute. And I was thinking I might grab that pattern to make one of those for my husband, because he kind of wants the country cow one. The problem is that it really works tightly with the 3/8 seam allowance on the zipper. And y'all know I don't do a 3/8 seam on a zipper, so I would have to adjust it. And I don't like how the zipper bulges out on the side, so I would probably want to make it with tabs. But he really likes the idea of kind of a flat sling. I know. He's like, do you want me to design it now? No, not now. All right. Where are you at? Sorry, I'm just making sure something feels tweaked. We'll see how that goes. I'll test it on a piece of vinyl. Yeah, when your foot's all the way up on any machine, the thread should not be hard to run through everything. If it is, then you might want to rethread the machine. Dang it. Oh, here we go. Nope, that's my demon daddy. Hold on. More demon daddy. No. This will work. Okay. I have a scrap of vinyl that has just Demon Daddy on it, and if you're an Inuyasha fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Anywho, all right, so I'm just making sure that this actually, that the tension's good on it. I don't want to start the project and it's, messing up. There we go. Okay. Oh, alrighty. So, what was I doing? Yes. So yeah, what should I do my Eda bag out of? Because it's mainly going to be for when I'm at Dragon Con. So I'm kind of thinking I should do one of the convention, or one of the carpet designs. Because it's always fun when I'm out in the wild with a carpet bag and somebody's like, oh my God, I know what that is. I'm like, oh, awesome. Remember when you're doing your moon dances that they don't have to line up exactly. A little overhang is okay because you can trim it down. I want to make sure that my corners do because I have them rounded. Oh, I love this song. Hold on my heart to that feeling. And I like using these hair clips. It holds it without damaging most of the time. All right, so there's one side. By the way, you can use tape to make sure nothing moves. Just make sure that if you tape on this side, that you only do like the edges because you have to put a notebook in here. I have thought about just covering the whole thing with heat transfer vinyl and making these pockets, and that way you can put like a small notebook in it or a baby planner. Like I have a cute little baby planner that I love using. It's got kitty cats on it. I also have another planner that I keep in here that is pretty much just all cursing, which is fantastic. It tells me to go out and seize the fucking day. All right. But I usually just clip. No, thank you. Oh, so I had somebody comment on one of my videos, and I left the comment there, but I blocked her. So I commented on somebody else. No. I commented on this amazing tattoo artist's post because they made a glitter, like what looked like a glitter tattoo. She's amazing. She's up in Maryland. And I'm like, man, I would love to get a tattoo from you. Kind of wondering if maybe I can get trade from her. I trade her a bag for half a tattoo. Half trade, half cash. But she messaged me. She's like, hey, I saw that you wanted a tattoo. And I was like, oh, well, I was thinking about maybe in October. Because I don't want to say I start like spending my money, my Dragon Con money, but I start spending my Dragon Con money sometimes. I make a list of things that I would like to get with the fun, with the profits. 99.9% of the time it goes back into the business. Like I buy something for the business or I get more hardware, but I try to save a small chunk of it to do something that I wouldn't normally be able to do. Like a down payment on a car when I needed one. So that was amazing. That was one of the greatest moments that my business pays for my car. So, because I said, oh, it's our car. And he's like, no, it's your car. I was like, no, it's both of ours. He's like, no, you are literally paying for your own car. I'm like, oh. He's like, your business is paying for your car. And I was like, oh, cool. I didn't really know what to do with that. But anyway, so I said, October. She's like, but I'm in Georgia, so I have to kind of plan the trip up to go up there. And she's like, oh, I'm going to be in Georgia in October. I was like, well, that just seems like it's meant to be. And that's when little alarms start going off in my head, just tiny ones. Like, this is a little sus. I was like, really? And she's like, oh, do you want to, make a booking? And I was like, well, what are you going to be in Georgia for? A tattoo show. Okay, well, what tattoo show? And they didn't really give me an answer to that. And I finally looked at their username, and the last word in the tattoo artist is tattoo. This person was so unoriginal that they used the whole name, but they added like 6 O's to the word tattoo. And I went, okay, just so you know, I can tell you're a scam. I'm going to go ahead and block you, and I'm going to report you. And I'm also going to go on Instagram and make sure that this person knows that somebody is impersonating them. So when someone messages you out of the blue like that, just make sure you're taking a second to look at their username, because I think I almost got had. And if I hadn't had this instinct of this sounds too convenient, I probably would have been scammed out of a couple $100. All right. So we've got that. So now I'm going to go down the middle to seal the sides. And if I tell you right now, by the way, when I was sewing all of these tags onto this, when I was sewing the card pockets on, I'm like, I'm going to sew one of these upside down. And I almost did. I don't know if I've posted that video yet. But I will, so that you can see all of them, or all those steps done. And then of course the last video will be me putting as many as I can together. I will say, for doing that with the video, it did make me just really, really sit and do them. Because I was like, well, maybe I should go get it. Nope, I'm recording, and I wanted it to be one video. All right, I really like this. I really like the white thread on the gray for sure, and all of them have a gray and gray vinyl with the black heat transfer vinyl. Sometimes batch sewing is sacrificing the extras, because sometimes you don't want to sit here and sew for 6 hours on one thing when you're batch sewing. But most of the time, if you're batch sewing, it's for a show. And I don't mind doing extra on some things and then not on the rest of it. I might have to just mark it. All right, so that is 1 of 50 done. Let's see. Let me get that. Here we go. I've got to order a lot more of these. So then we just put this in here. There we go. It's just any of the junior legal pads. Ta-da! There's one done. Hey, mate, I didn't see you come in. Plus, it's a Goofy movie. Who doesn't love a Goofy movie? There we go. Now I can actually see the comments over there, too. All right. These are so easy to make. Oh, speaking of easy to make, remember Diamond Daddy that we made? Speaking of bitty bags. Oh no, I've been missing it. My eyes are really not great today. Oh, okay. My eyes haven't been great, so I've been seeing words but not necessarily names. So I have to pick what I focus on. It's the banana bread. I know it's the banana bread. But, so, remember we made this one. And the straps weren't, like, great for actual, like, backpack straps. And everybody was like, well, just put it like a belt loop. So, I found some nice, thick elastic in my collection of What the Hell Do I Have? I know, I've been responding. I just did because I looked up at the messages. I'm like, oh, that was okay. Oh, I'm just talking. So I put a snap on it. So I measured around my cup. And what I did was I've got it overlapping a little bit. Like it's loose right to there. There we go. Now you can see. So, oh, these are my dinosaurs. They should be in my list. But my husband has the blue one like this. But I love it. I love it because look at how fat he is. And he's going, rah. That's so I just put a snap on the end. Because I figure with a plastic snap, if it gets wet, it's not going to rust or like soak into it. Oh, definitely. I think you can probably just use any that you have around. See, and then I just snap it on. And now my cup has a little backpack. It's ready for school. Yeah, Huh. I've restricted for some audiences. Okay. It's not enabled for recommendation restriction and search results for 10 minutes. Remove once you turn on. Okay. What's it having me do? I'm promoting myself. Okay, whatever. It's being weird. But yes, I absolutely adore it. So when you're doing bitty bags, if you want, you can, instead of doing along the strap outward, just put it along the side. And I've like yanked at this. Like I'm holding it pretty tight against it so that you can see that the straps are not coming off. Just put it back. And the thing is that with it this way, you don't have to keep it on. So just then roll it up. Because I thought about doing Velcro, but then I have to sew the Velcro. We're not worried about any restrictions. It's getting weird. TT's getting like, you just roll it up and just put it in the bag. I love it. I think they're so cute. That's what I need to do too, is this week I need to cut out like 1,000 of these. Make it stop. Speaking of, yeah, I don't know why it did that, but it's probably just the update. Let me see. So mainly I'm making sure, but I'll probably do this out by the TV. But I'm just going to go through and run my scissors right along that edge. Never ever gonna get my loving. So I'm using really, really sharp scissors as I do this. But I'm not going to trim if the inside is overhanging. If the outside's overhanging a little of the inside, I'm not going to worry about it. I am not moon coating. I'm not moon coating. Good God. Words. Yes, babe. What I recommend is if you're just, because it's really easy to just like trace it out and cut it like in front of the TV or something. Just cut a bunch of those biddies and get yourself like a inexpensive box of sandwich bags and just put each into the sandwich bag and just set them in a box. If your sojo is low or you just want to like power through a couple of things, just make those. I mean, they take, you saw me from cut to finish. It was like what, a half an hour tops. The moon. So, and then, no, Cindy, the pattern is by Carolina Little Stitches. She is amazing and I love it. For the base of which one, Deborah? And for the moon dancers, no, I do not edge coat them. I will go with a little bit of fire around them because I do know that there are some fuzzies. And if anything, if I feel like the fuzzies are not staying melted, I might go around with a sealing, which this is what I use for that. This is Stop Fraying by Aleene's. It should be in my Amazon store. But I love this stuff. Keep freezing up. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me know if anybody else is having problems. My internet's been sketchy lately. So for the moon dancers, I will show you. That's one. So for the moon dancers, you're supposed to use a non-fraying material. Just rolled in. Hi, Cricket. Just finished the bag, but I'm working on moon dancers from Sincerely Jen. This is the junior size. Okay. So it's a notepad holder. For the bases, what I use is vinyl on everything. And then for stabilizer, I actually use a sticky felt. They're kind of felt sheets with the adhesive on them. And then in the middle, I didn't use another piece of vinyl. I actually used heat transfer vinyl. I don't actually like how the vinyl in the middle it like wrinkles up weird to me. So, so I'm making like 50 of these, and it's coming up in a couple of groups. Somebody's like, should I make these? Because does anybody actually write anything down? You're talking to the queen of love and blank books. I have like 4 or 5 in here as it is. Oops. I do want to do the Austin bag. I really do. If that's what I think you can, you would have to double check the measurements. What you would be able to do is if you're able to find, like on Amazon should have them, the Morning Nikki, like the clear case or the magnetic cases that you would be able to add to it. Oop, I almost put this on upside down. Mainly you would want to make sure that it's that it's the right size. Mainly want to make sure this is the right size. Oh yeah, and I absolutely adore this. Like I was hoping to find some plastic cases. Okay, so y'all, I had this idea, this crazy idea. As well, you know, you've known me for a hot second. Yes, you could do elastic. I know that the person that did the Austin books. Thank you, 12. There's God, what is her freaking name? That is gonna bother me. Aww. Oh, you definitely do. I love a tiny dino. So somebody did Stitches. It's Stitches something. But she did a bag called the Austin, and it looks like a book. And she did a cover that shows you how to do the elastic. I went ahead and bought it, even though I've got this one, because I wanted to see how that technique could be mashed with this one. What I really like is that on one of it, they used, one of the testers apparently used grommets, one here and one here, and then put the elastic through that. So the elastic's not sewn to the vinyl, it's going through the grommet. Now, if I could remember her freaking name. Oh, I got to start keeping names in my head more. All right, get in there. I didn't clip the threads really when I did, when I put the little pocket on. I just pulled them to the back and let them exist. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been, I've got it. She's another one of them that has such interesting patterns that I buy them when they come out. Maybe I should do the mini one, the little mini Austin. I think that's the one that holds the Kindle. But I've been wanting to do an Austin book. I think it looks really freaking cool. And she always does the most amazing like covers for it. Like, tell me your secrets. How do you get the H? I'm always worried about putting heat transfer vinyl on the front. I did it one time for a bag for myself. It was a Pennywise bag. And I had a gray scaly vinyl that I put tiny little balloons that I cut out with my Cricut. In fact, I still have some of that vinyl ready to go. I wonder if I just didn't put enough heat on it. Because it stays better when it's got a lot of heat and pressure. I'm sorry, my glass is just filthy today. Okay. All right. So I clip, and I'm going to sew from the outside because I like how that looks. I don't like putting the bobbin on the outside if I can help it. Get in here. Oh, brat. I can fix that later. Okay. I'm going to start on the bottom. Now, doing this means that you have to be very confident in where everything's sitting, because it's easy for things to move underneath if you're not careful. Okay, this has got to move. Everywhere I'm putting my drink, I'm like nervous about it falling over. Oh, really? Was that necessary, Tiberius? I lifted the sewing foot, but didn't lift up my foot. Sorry. Okay. Because after this 50 of these, I have to do the Slayers. The sunglass holders. Oh, that's better. I feel like I can breathe now. Good Lord. These moon dances really are just so impeccably easy. Get in there, thread. Okay, we're just going to have to do it that way anyways. I was trying to see if there was a way for me to seal these pockets from the other side, but not really. Oop, nope. What are you doing? Okay. So when you're having to use your bobbin thread on the outside of your item, make sure you're holding your threads no matter what kind of machine you have, because what it does is it pulls those threads in. Yes, the black panel. Thank you, Patricia. Good God, I knew the name. Sorry. Yeah, the black panel here is just heat transfer vinyl. I was able to get all 50 pieces cut from one roll of 12 by 72 inch. So it was, I'm gonna crunch all the numbers. I'm probably gonna be charging $25 for these, but there you are. But I want to make sure that I'm not overcharging or undercharging myself. Yes, thank you, Patricia. This the Austin and the Austin Mini, which is the one that holds iPads or Kindles and stuff, those are from Stitchcraft. Absolutely adore them. Please join her group. Her bags are gorgeous. The machine I have, it's a NewTek GS0303. This is definitely a nice, this is another one that you could probably cut out a bunch and just put them in like little project bags and just have fun. They really don't take that much. And if you want to make it like extra, go for the edge painting. I've seen them edge coated and they're gorgeous. They really are. But if I edge coat these, I have to add at least another $10 between the edge coating itself and the time it takes. It's definitely an investment machine. We came into a little bit of inheritance money and my husband said, do it. He's like, I know you have, he's like, I know you've been researching for like 6 months. Just go ahead and do it. When you go to trim things, one, make sure your scissors are nice and sharp, that you can do as much in one as you can, and that you don't overdo it. Like normally you see me kind of hold my scissors like this to get under. You want to go straight up and down. Cricut edge coating. It is, if you've ever seen like a leather purse, how it has that color coding or it looks like it's all black. Leather doesn't normally have that black. That is a coating that is put on. I do edge coat some things. When I do actually, yes, I have some areas in the hallway. Y'all, I need to get some things done. I'm not lying. So with the Aries, this is edge coating right there. So right here where that blue is, that's edge coating. In fact, wow, that's holding up nicely. This edge coating that I've used is from Beauty and Geek. If you're wanting to get started in edge coating and you're not wanting to spend $30, $40 just to try it out, for a base coat, I use Eileen's for the stop fray. And then, where's my little box at? Damn it. I did get, I guess I should put it, here, that's right, the box got destroyed. And then I use this acrylic leather paint. I'll make sure to put that in the Amazon store. This is a great starter. It's acrylic, so if it gets on anything, you can clean it with water. It's inexpensive. It has a good top coat. When you move up, I do recommend Beauty and Geek has sampler packs so that you can get a lot of different colors to try out. Their top coat is magnificent. Their bottom coat is also good. Yeah, not a problem. I'll make sure to put that leather paint in my in the Amazon store. Just checking these while I go. Seems silly not to. Now there's number 2 of 50. Also, I clip the corners on mine. It's not in the what's the word? It's not in the pattern. I just use this little punch that I got on Amazon. It's in my storefront as well. In fact, there's little, oh, I didn't empty it. Oh, God. I've been so tempted to keep these little, like, pieces to use in my shaker wallets. Do I have a little jar or something? I always have little jars everywhere. By the way, if you are edge coating a lot of stuff, I need to clean this off. This has a little roller in it to put the top coat in there and just like go through it. Is magical. Do not lie. That is so magical. Okay, well, let me see. I will find a little, I know I've got tiny containers everywhere. So for right now, I'm going to see if I can. And once you really get into edge painting, this little contraption is by Mojo Sews. It is magical and the best thing ever. You don't add elastic. I did on one, but I wasn't like crazy about it because I put it in the middle. Plus, this means that I can make like elastic things that you can put onto it for folks to buy. There we go. Okay. I also have to make sure this is right side up. Which side is right side up? Look at them. This is 19 of these are from the vinyl box I got from Cosmic Fabric Creations. Best freaking box I ever bought. Oh yeah, she did. The contraption. I call it Doc Ops. I'm a bit of a comic book geek. Stomach, I'm gonna need you to leave me alone. So I'm lining it up from the back, but I'm making sure that the flat side of this is going on the inside. This is definitely a project, if you're not going to use tape, that I recommend using a lot of clips. All right, so there's one side. Again, making sure that your slit is at the top. So that is actually something I had to do too. I had to be very conscious of it because I clip these. I had to make sure that my slit was at the top on this side of it. Because if I have the rounded edges over here, it doesn't look as good because I did kind of get that. Well, fun fact, I did get this from Cosmic Fabric Creations, but this is actually a design that I made for them. I told her I had a soot sprite design that I had been tinkering with. I showed her what I had already. And she said that what sold her, what she really wanted, was she saw this little grumpy guy right here. The grumpy guy is my favorite. He has a special place in my heart. So I've actually been doing seasonal soots. So this is just the Galaxy one, but I have the Sakura sprites, which I also have the matching webbing and zipper tape on my website. Oh God, please buy that zipper tape. I still have like 300 yards of it. But I still need to make the fall ones, but I did get my Christmas soots. So it's a very Ghibli Christmas. It's so cute. I love them. They're so sparkly. Actually, okay, so I do love the grumpy one, but I love how happy this guy is right here. He's just like so thrilled that he found some treats. I mean, that's me whenever I find a treat. When I look in the refrigerator and I'm like, oh snap, there's a cheese stick left. I mean, I am so happy. All right, everything looks good. I think what I would almost recommend doing too, if you're doing these for like school for the kiddos or for teachers, maybe put a clear piece of vinyl going this way across it, and keep like open on the top so a teacher can put a name into it, or whoever can put their name in it. Or they can put like the subject matter that they want in it, so that they remember which notebook is which notebook. See, I have these amazing ideas after. Yes, I could still go back through and do it. And there's a part of my head that's like, do it. And the rest of me is like, just finish them. You have other things to do. I read a news article, so I sent it to my gaming group chat on Facebook. And my brother says, get off your phone. You're while in the sweatshop. Because I do kind of joke. They're like, well, are you free on Sunday to do this? And I was like, yeah, just let me know so I can escape my sweatshop in time. Because I'm like, is 12 bags this way too many? And my friend Wes, who's been going to Dragon Con for like 20 years, he has what they call the Eternal Pass. He bought it ages ago, and it's not inexpensive right now anymore. It probably wasn't then technically either. But anyways, he's like, normally I would tell you to kind of slow down, but you might want to make more. I'm like, damn it. I still need to do the carpet ones of these, but sometimes when I'm doing my con prep, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to, all I was doing was just grabbing rolls out of my closet. I started with, they had 16 and 17. Nice. They're playing the top 30 from 1992, and number 16 was Crisscross, and now number 15 is also Crisscross with Jump. Does Crisscross make you jump? Anywho, yeah, I was just literally grabbing rolls. I mean, to be fair, it does get a little warm in here. Crisscross will make you jump. So that's all I did. I did every roll that was not a... Oh, I do need to show y'all that. So you remember when I got the box, I showed you that I had that one panel that was a misprint panel that was in there, which I was like ecstatic because it was a misprint that could be used, definitely. I'll show you that one. I'll do that one next in a minute. But yeah, I did everything out of the box that I wasn't going to be using for other stuff. And that was only like 2 rolls. Oops. I'll pull that through and tie it off. And then I started in on the closet. I'm like, what do I have in here? I just started, because I've got one of those like plastic shelving things in there to kind of try to keep it under control. And I think that's it. I'll just do a jump thread. It seems silly not to. Where are you at? Because it's wiggity whack. So I started on the top shelf with what I had there, and then I just kept going, because the problem is that if I start to think about it, I'll start to think of what could sell. I don't know what's going to sell. I don't know. It could be that everybody... Okay, so I know the Has-Been stuff's going to go, and I know my carpet stuff's going to go. But it could be that somebody sees the Goofy movie one and loses their mind. And they're like, oh my God, I need this in my life. And I'll be like, I take cash, credit, charge, Apple Pay, and Google Pay. I take just about everything now. but because I understand that feeling. I have this guy because of that feeling, because I was walking by the booth. We hadn't even opened on Friday. And I looked at him and I was like, "Are you able to take money right now?" And they're like, I think so. I'm like, "I will wait." And they're like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yes, because I need my son." My son called to me. He said, "Don't leave me, mommy." And I said, "I won't, my son. I promise." This is why I'm not allowed out of my booth with money, by the way. This is the exact reason. Because yes, I have problems. Problems not enough cowbell. Anyways, so right now I'm just kind of like bending it a little bit to see where these threads are. Another reason that I went ahead and chose to just do all of them white with white thread is because when the white thread melts, it doesn't look bad. At least this one doesn't. This is from Wallback. So there's another one. The thread burning contraption is a candle. It's technically called a candle lighter. It is also in my Amazon recommendation list, and it's rechargeable. If you have a USB-C phone, it also uses the same charger as that too. But Graham is quiet today. That's fine. All right, let me double check my edges. Ooh, y'all came up. Yep, there you are. I thought I felt a shift. There we go. Yeah, this is going to need a little bit of fire. They got fuzzy backs, so there's a chance. Plus, I didn't change my blade soon enough. I should have changed my blade right when I started to cut these out. And sometimes it's hard to tell if it's actually uneven. So if you just kind of run your finger along it, you'll feel that. The long sides, it's almost better to use. That's good. Yeah, it's almost better to use the roll cutter. It's so cute. I love these. I guess I should go ahead and put these in here. It seems silly. It's not like I'm not going to buy 100 of them. I do my measurement for the slit a little higher, by the way. There we go. Ta-da. God, these are so stinking cute. That's 3. Oh, and don't forget, so with these, I don't know if some of y'all were here earlier, but on fatrabbitsupplies.com, I do have a free SVG and PNG for a bookmark price tag. So it's just to where right there it sits. Almost don't even have to glue them, except that would annoy me. So with the SVG, it's just plain white with the lines. Actually, I think I got rid of the lines. Yes, I got rid of the lines. So it's just all white little like cat head that you can cut out and then write on it. There is a PNG that if you have like Procreate or Adobe or Affinity or any of those, it's a transparent with the lines so that you know where you're going to be folding it when you print it out. But then once you do that, you can upload it to a Cricut if you want. Then all you do is you fold down one ear, you put a little bit of like glue stick glue here, and then let it sit for a second, and then you've got a bookmark. You could honestly, like, if you make them with cardstock and you put a real pretty image on it, they can then use it as a bookmark. Or you could just do bookmarks. I mean, I might just do some little cute bookmarks, little free bookmarks to go in there. Because I'm random. I wish my mind would shut up. But I plan on getting like the little glue dots that aren't permanent glue dots, so that when I put it on here, it'll stay and I don't have to worry about it popping off like I do sometimes. But I really like those. All right, where are you at? I forgot to put a notebook in this one. And then I'll show you the panel one. It's the only one I did with a panel because the panels are pricier to me, so I'd rather use them on higher end things than utilitarian items. There we go. But yes, if you wanted to, I did on one. Where is it? There you are. I did it on Demon Daddy. We're going to leave that. Where I did put a little piece. This is a fold over elastic. It's the only thing I had available. But you'd probably want to use just like a tiny piece of maybe quarter inch or ½ inch. And you just stick it in between here. The problem is that, remember, you don't have a lot of layers to do that, to cover that up. It's not a bad idea. I just don't know what else I would do. Like if you took this middle section and cut it down, people could also use that as a pen holder. I'm just thinking it means that I can sell pen holders that have elastic on them with the tiny pieces. Oh, I've got so much stuff to finish up. It's not even funny, y'all. Not even funny. Okay, let me see if I can find that Pokemon here. Oh, these look so cute. I love them. I've got a friend on Instagram who's working on 100 of these. Okay, ow. Mother of God, will you just let me... Sorry, it's like the last one. Okay. So, I only need one of these. Hey, come on. Get down. Down, down, down. Thank you, sir. Do you want to come say hi? Come on. Come say hi. There you go. Good boy. You want to say hi to everybody? Oh, yes. I love you too, buddy. And yes, I do realize that I'm yelling at you when I should be yelling at your sister as well. So here's the pocket for it. So I had a roll of this that came in the box and then a roll of the coordinate that goes with it. But he is a sweetheart. I also have this. And this is where it cuts off. Like there was white. The salvage was here. So it was not a full image. So she obviously couldn't sell it as an actual panel, whereas I would have bought it anyways. Late to the party. So yeah, just a reminder, when you're watching the live, if there is something that you want, as long as it's not a custom or a carpet bag item, message me. So if there's one of these that you want, let me know. I can easily make you one. We can put you in for a custom because I really need to make sure I have stuff for the dang thing. But so right here, I sewed on another piece. Now halfway would have been cutting off his arm, and I didn't want to do that. There was a big yawn. But even better is that even then, with where the seams are, it's covered by everything. Hey, what are you doing? Oh my goodness, look at those yawns. It's like you're so tired from being a cat. Oh, you're really going to love it. It's such a fun pattern. like I said, the changes I've made is this is self-adhesive felt. This is a piece of heat transfer vinyl. Yeah, right there. I clip one side on each of these. Honestly, that's the only thing I've changed is how this is done, this part. And that's because Decoville is expensive, and I had a crap ton of these sheets around, and they don't come up. So they're not going to like sit there and undo themselves. But I'm very happy so far with this, because when it closes, it's like he's saying bye on the back. So it's cute. Drink. Def Dab. The pattern is the Moon Dance from Sincerely Jen, which I should have gone ahead and put that one in the links as well. Whenever you're piecing something together, especially when it's got to be raw edge, just be mindful of excess thread. I didn't want to burn those because I wasn't sure if that was going to be too close. But yeah. Now, I did use purple thread to put this together because I was trying to get these set up. Yeah. If you can get the 8.5 by 11 sheets, that does a whole one of these. Thank you. My husband has the same one, but his is blue. I love this cup. I believe it's in my Amazon store. Stay over there. And the only reason it's way over there, well, first of all, is because there's a kitty cat in the way. Hi. You're a pain in the butt, you know that? But also the way I have to sew this. Oh, how cute. I have a dinosaur on my machine too. See? He's so cute. You are adorable, but in my way. Hey, kiss. Do I get any kisses? Kiss, kiss. Oh, God, I love you so much. You're pathetic. You are unreasonably adorable. For those that haven't met him, this is Charlie. He is my baby. He is my son. He is my little tubby terror. Do you want to show them your tummy? You want to stretch? Is that why you're here? Sometimes when he wakes up, he keeps yawning at me until he gets a stretch. Or you could do that. That works as well. Come here. Okay, cup. You're okay. You're okay. Hang on. We're going to show them a stretch. You want to stretch? You're a long kitty. Oh, good God. Will you let go? Okay. You're making it hard to get any work done. You know that? He's purring up a storm right now. He loves when I hold him like this. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll work. I missed something fighting with him. Oh. I'm so sorry. Did I move away? Huh? I love you. But you're a butthead. And I need to get to work. Are you not done with my nonsense? Oh, I know how to make you done with my nonsense. Oh, were you going to bite me or give me a kiss? Oh, I saw those little jaws snap at me. Somebody's done with mommy's nonsense. He's purring, but he'll do an alligator snap at my nose. The size of the notebook I use, they are they're junior size. I think they're like 5 by 8, something like that. Let me see. 8. I'll snap. I remembered some numbers. Yes, they are 5 by 8. Ooh, why does it get so so warm in this room. Might be because I have multiple devices going. Oh, I had a scare the other day. Woo! It was 76 in this house. That wasn't the scare. But I usually have it set for 75. It's why we freeze in the winter, so that I can freeze in the summer. Aaron knew this when he married me, so he kind of deals with it. We have tons of blankets, sweaters, all that type of stuff. I'm like, just go put on some socks. He's like, baby, he's like, the cats are cold. I'm like, okay. It's pretty bad. The cats have to be cold for me to turn on the heat. But because we don't use much heat until it gets really, really cold, and I mean, the house is sitting at like 50, that's when I turn on the heat. And I might be gracious enough to get it up to 60. Maybe. But this means that I can have the air conditioning running most of the day. But it was 76 and it just didn't seem to want to like get cold. So we fiddled with some things and we restarted the AC and it seemed to restart again. But I was like checking it like every 5 minutes. And he's like, baby, you got to give it a chance to turn down. Put on a sweater. No, I'm kidding. We had the AC on in the winter in Valdosta. Oh, no. 68 is a little. I'm gonna. That's a little hard on the AC to me. Let me make sure everything's right side up real quick. Okay, good. I'm gonna cry if I put something wrong side up, but. So last year at Dragon Con, I don't know what was going on, but I was cold on our floor. But I kept saying, leave it to Dragon Con to break the laws of physics. Because hot air rises, cold air sinks. And, oh yeah, because 68 is a good temperature in the winter. It's like almost perfect. The biggest problem was that I'm on the third floor pretty much. And it was freezing. Well, if you went down to the first floor, it was like going to one of the circles of hell. It was so hot down there. And the middle floor was kind of weird. Like some patches was really hot and some were really cold. And then when you went up to the top, it was even colder. And I'm like, that's not how physics work. Heat rises. The top floor should be hot. I mean, I wasn't unhappy because I like being cold. But actually, I wasn't unhappy at first, but then I started getting really, really cold. At one point, I'm just like shivering at my booth. And one couple comes by and we're talking. And she's like, man, it's really cold up here. I'm like, man, I could cut glass. And she looked confused, but he was laughing. And I'm like, you might want to explain to her what that means. So when they walked away, I saw them talking, and then she just started like barking laughter. It was hilarious. It made me very happy that he told her that, and she thought it was funny. I almost went out and bought myself a sweater. Not that I wouldn't have found a good one. I might try to get some of those like zip up leg warmers. This is pretty much it. I've got a video on the steps that I'm taking. I need to upload the new one today. I just forgot which phone it was on, or I would have done it earlier. And I have to double check and see which ones I've done already. But each step's taking me about a half an hour to 45 minutes. Oh no, not the gremlins. it was fun having you. Hope you come by again on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Most. Gently turn that over so I don't pull out more. Come on, you. I see you. There we go. What time is it, anyways? Quarter till. That's not too bad. Quarter till 11. Trying to decide if I have lunch. I've got a ciabatta roll. I've got some shredded cheese, I think, in there. But I got to save some of it because... So I made little baby lasagnas. And, why not? No, I really want to stitch this from the other side, but I just don't like how it looks because sometimes there's a chance that I might not catch it, and I just don't want to play that game. I'm not playing chicken with it. So I made tiny lasagnas, which I highly recommend to do if you have folks that like their lasagna different. Like, my husband loves extra sauce. He loves it being like just 65% meat sauce. Whereas I like mine 90%, 65% the ricotta cheese mixture. So I buy these little like tiny loaf pans and I just build them like that. This way he gets all the sauce he wants and I get all the cheese I want. But I made too much ricotta mix and I have leftover sauce now. So and I even had like 2 leftover noodles. So what I'm going to do is I got some chicken breasts. I'm going to put some sauce in the bottom of the pan. I'm going to nestle the chicken breast on top of it. Cut that. I'm going to do sauce, noodles, and I'll just break up each noodle and kind of do that. Sauce, noodle, chicken breast, noodle, or ricotta, noodle, sauce, shredded cheese. So it's not going to be like a lot of a noodle in there. But I figure I can also just make some green beans or something to go with it. I just thought that would be good. What is today? Is today Saturday? So yesterday was Friday. What was I going to cook? I thought we were going to end up with chicken on. Which means today we have to stop and get the stuff we need for the tacos. Because I'm going to take the rest of what I do then is I'll take the rest of the chicken breast. Because I got a big thing from Sam's. And I'll put it in the cooker with this spice called Mexican barbecue. It's freaking amazing. Freaking good. Oh, I have another. I'm going to thread here. Hang on. And so I'll make a bunch of pulled chicken and we'll just eat on that in different ways. Like one night we'll have the tacos. One night I'll make grits and we'll have it topped with that. So it's kind of like a shrimp and grits, but it's chicken instead. And then one night I might make quesadillas. What I do is I make cheese quesadillas and then I top it with the chicken. It's a little easier to eat. I'm going to make burrito bowls one day too. It's mainly just cilantro, lime, rice, and then all the stuff on it. Drat, I'll have to get more guacamole. We found a guacamole we really, really like. Okay, so that's go in there. All right, so that one's done. Okay, so what should I do for my eat-a bag that I want to make? Because I know what I'm going to do for my husband's. The one I'm going to get from, it's on Lauren's latest pattern chat. I have a tiger print that I really like. Ooh, that sounds good. We might have to try theirs. The guacamole, because it has corn in it. Did you know that there's actually, if I remember correctly, there is not a creature that actually digests corn. Most animals that eat it are eating it to help grind up foliage in that. Oh, there we go. I was like, wait, what? I have everything like in stacks over there. So I didn't backstitch on putting on my tag, but I cinched my threads, made sure they're nice and flat. But I did backstitch on the card pocket itself, cinched my threads because you can see them inside. Not really. Another good thing about using white, by the way, if you want, you can, if you don't like the fuzziness or the backside of the vinyl you're using, you can easily put HTV vinyl on the back to give it a lining, a faux lining. And then when I attach the pocket, I just pulled the threads to the back, and I'm just going to get them sealed in here. Do I already have new neighbors? Goodness, that was really fast. I swear my neighbors just moved out. Now I want to see who they are. But it tastes good. Yeah, my husband and one of his friends, one of his roommates back in the day, when we first started dating, they sat there having this argument about corn because Matt was calling it a vegetable, and my husband was calling it a starch. And they're sitting there going back and forth. And I'm like, you're both kind of dumb, you know that? And they're like, what? And this is still in the very first like month or two of us dating. And I was like, you're both kind of being dumb. I'm like, it's both. It is a starchy vegetable. If you have corn, you really should look at what other starches you have. And they just looked at me like I was nuts and then went back to arguing. I'm like, boys are dumb. Which was hilarious because one of his other roommates who had a huge crush on him was like, oh, well, I guess because I went to leave and she's like, oh, well, after that conversation, I guess we won't be seeing you around anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? Let me go get the slice. Hang on. Oh, mother of God, why did I have to get up? No, I'm not calling you. There we go. So it's this. It's from a company called Spanglish Asadero. It's actually let's see. Yeah, you can go to Spanglish Asadero. Oh, good God, I know I'm butchering that. My Caucasian's showing. I'm sorry. But it's really good. It says it has salt, dehydrated garlic, some brown sugar, spices, chipotle pepper, dehydrated onion. It's got rice concentrate, I don't know what that is, why that's in there, but whatever. Lime oil and sea salt and vinegar powder. It is so good. This is one of my favorites. Oh yeah, there's 3 flavorings, but the Mexican barbecue goes with everything. All I do is I just throw the chicken or pork or beef in there. Um, this is my second bottle because I go through it fast, and then I just dump probably about a quarter cup of this per 3 pounds of meat, and a little bit of water in my instant pot, and just let it go. It's so good. Oh my Lord. And now I'm really hungry. But there's this one, there's Surf and Turf, and then one other. I just got the Surf and Turf because it was on sale. That thing went in the cart faster than anything else, faster than cheese. But I've been trying to collect some spices to make sure that we have some good stuff. I used the Surf and Turf last night. I put some of it in a Ziploc bag with oil, and then just put the the steaks that we had got, and let them marinate for about an hour in that. That was good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go to Sam's too. And I hate going to Sam's on Saturday here because I live in a military town, and it's summer. The good news is that their app is amazing. I don't have to. Yeah, Saturday's just always the worst. I mean, at least sometimes I can get some samples. Look on the bright side of that. That's about all I've got. Okay, let me make sure I put everything right side up. I did, because there's my little grumpy puss. So this is the Sakura Blossoms, the Sakura Sprinkles. Scan and Go is the best thing that they ever. Oh, now ours have this arch where you pretty much just walk through it, and it'll be like, okay, you're done. Like, they don't have to even scan it now. Sometimes they have to scan if it's, I think, like a too big of an item or something, or they're just wanting to double check, or it's an electric or something. But yeah, you just walk right through the little arches. And the cafe now has Scan and Go, and I'm like, thank you. Because sometimes this bitch just want a pretzel, but I don't want to wait in that long line. I just want a salted pretzel. About fainted the other day. Normally they just take the pretzel and they wipe that butter on. My new best friend, my queen behind that counter, I watched her just dump that pretzel in the butter, go do something else, come back and pull it out and salt it a little bit in the bag. And I'm like, my heart hates you, but I love you. Like, holy. I mean, you do what you got to do to. Yep, I got neighbors moving in. Nice. You do what you got to do to get things done on a Saturday, man. Poor babies. At least they finally got some more folks hired there, because the cafe, every time I went by, my girl was like, mm-mm. She's like, no. She's like, don't do it. I'm like, okay, I'm good. Yes, me too. I'm like, why? Unless you're paying cash, I get it. But if you're paying with the card, like even the scan yourself ones, I'm like, why are y'all using this? I don't know if any of y'all have ever seen South Park. And it's not how I treat all elder folks, but it is this town. It becomes gray dawn sometimes. If you know, you know. And I have to use all my high-level spells just to get through. Just to get through the checkout. Now, I did have one one lady, she was trying to get that app to work. And I saw that and I was like, would you like some help? And she's like, I just don't want to go through the line anymore. I'm like, listen, you're making the best choice you can for yourself right now. Yes. Yes, they are. Babe, you are very, very right. It's the South, man. It's gotta be. But I asked her if she wanted some help. We figured it out real quick. Mainly, it was just trying to get it to accept her password. And then she was like, oh, wait, I might have changed it. I'm like, listen, I understand that. We got her set up and she was like, oh, thank God, because she's like, I don't understand why people don't use this. I was like, well, sometimes they have cash. She's like, cash is going away just like me someday. And I was like, oh my God, I love this old lady. She had the spirit of Betty White in her. That's all I could think of. It's like, damn, old lady, I got you. I want to be this old lady when I get older. This could be my playground. There we go. I tried to think about how I might be able to do this as one continuous stitch. And then I was like, nah. Because then I would have to go over. I would have to go on this side. Oh my God. Yeah. So yesterday, Aaron was off, which meant we could have Chinese for lunch. Been on a General Tso's kick, man. I don't know what's going on with me, but I want the spicy sweet. So I was like, well, let's take our cups and we'll go get refills at Circle K. And we go to walk in the door, and there's not one, not four, but 7 cash-only signs that they printed out and put everywhere on the doors. You walk in, and they are everywhere. And I'm laughing. It's not funny that our tech is going down like this. I'll tell you right now, it's probably not going to happen again. Not this way, because they're going to be checking them files. But they could only do cash because the credit card machines and all of that were down. And I was like, oh, shoot. I'm like, I think I got some cash in my thing. And I was about to walk back out, and one of my girls was there because we used to be in there every day doing our sip and save before they got rid of sip and save. And she's like, oh, don't worry. I got you if you don't have it. I'm like, you're too sweet. But Aaron said that he had some cash. He had a couple bucks, and that's all we needed for 2 refills. But I'm like looking around, and she's like, she finally looks at me. She goes, I've still had people try to pay with card. I'm like, I know you have, darling. I'm like, do you add a sign every time somebody tries to pay with card? She's like, yes, we do. I'm like, oh, that's a lot of people. And she's just shaking her head. I'm like, I know. I know. Poor thing, she had a newbie there too. This one had not worked anywhere. Oh, let me do that. Oh, snap. What the world's going on back here? This is why I don't like having to do it this way. Fix this. Yeah, because they're very like cash oriented in a lot of places overseas. Like I get weird looks sometimes, but I've just kind of gotten used to it. But some of us have also grown up in a system where credit card, like when you went to use a debit card, like you had to make sure to tell them if it was credit or debit, because if it was credit, you got charged. Some places charged if you used debit, some places charged if you used credit. It all depended on the company that was that they were processing their payments through. Do this. sure what happened here, but hopefully it looks okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what I figured. You'd have to go over the top and bottom twice. I think I figured out how to Pac-Man it. So I think if you start at the top, go down, I think you would have to go over twice somewhere. It's like one of those brain teasers. How can you not double stitch someplace? I don't need any more brain teasers. My brain is pudding. Now, the good news is if I have to go to Sam's, I can get me a piece of cheap garbage pizza that is actually really good. What's that thing you're using? Also, can you finish the roommate corn story, please? Sorry, I get like distracted by many, many things. This is it's a candle lighter that I found that I actually really, really like. It's rechargeable and it just, it has a little zappy thing right there. Beep. At some point, somebody was saying that their dog was reacting to it. It's like, oops. Like, not in a bad way. They were just like, what is that noise? Because they could hear the zzz. I totally forgot about that course. Yeah, so his female roommate was like, oh, I guess we won't be seeing you around anymore. I'm like, why? She's like, oh, because of what you said. I'm like, and I look her dead in the windows of her soul. I'm like, because I spoke back, because I talked back to the guy I'm with. I'm like, we're not. Yeah, I fight ADHD toast. Hang on. Let me get another one to do. Go Pikachu. Now I gotta decide which side is up. I think I like this side because it's a non-direction. Well, it's a slightly directional. Slightly non-directional. There we go. So I'm like, so because I was like, anytime I wasn't, I guess what she thought he wanted, a demure, soft-spoken girl. Oh, shit. He knew 2 minutes into knowing me that I was not soft-spoken or demure. Especially once I got more and more to know him and realized that he's my safe space. I was just waiting and waiting. Oh, they never, ever agreed that it was the same. But after a while, I started to see that I think Aaron was just kind of poking fun at him. Because he never let it go too far. They never, like, if Matt started to get, like, angry or something, like, started to throw a fit, Aaron would just kind of, like, change the subject in some way. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, definitely. ADHD and OCD. It's fun. So the best thing was when we got to Thanksgiving and another one of his friends came over who he had like this harem that was after him. Believe me, I thought it was funny because I'm not a pick-me girl and all three of them definitely were. I get it. My hubby a hottie to me, so I love him. But I never fought for his attention because I didn't actually have to. I noticed that very right away. Was that he didn't scooch away from me. He let me, my love language is touch. Oh, I had a boyfriend who thought he could get away with anything as long as he like put his hand on my arm or something. It calms me. So, I mean, obviously he won arguments that way because he was garbage. Like, yeah, I like, it's hard for some of us because we grew up with men telling us that we needed to compete. Exactly. And that's the thing. He likes he doesn't have like a type, like a physical type. He likes strong women, and not like just like physically strong, but someone who, like me, doesn't put up with much garbage. I've gotten better. I don't automatically slam it down, but so I made Thanksgiving, and he had a really bad habit of pretty much just unhinging his jaw and shoveling his food in. If you've worked retail, you know this habit. Some of us can eat a 5-course meal in 30 minutes. 15 if we really get the jaw just dropped. So I had been going through a thing with some friends who had been helping me with some of my bad eating habits. One of them is eating too fast. So I watched him swallow his Thanksgiving meal. Aaron liked to poke the bear sometimes, so he brought up the fact that we didn't have corn, and I said that's because we have potatoes. And then I went, and other vegetables. I'm like, you're such a jerk for bringing this up. I think Matt was starting to understand that he was just playing with them. Maybe. I hope that he finally did get that. But so I'm watching him hoover down, and then he goes to get seconds. Didn't say anything, because as soon as I was done, I had planned on getting some more mash and some more green bean casserole. The staples. Not more turkey. I'm not a turkey girl. It's a dry ass bird. Just about no matter what you do. And yes, Achy Breaky Heart is playing right now. I will not apologize. We're not changing the channel. I think the song is funny. But when he finished his second plate, and I had just barely started mine, it's not that I was clocking him. It's that, ham is always so much better. Ham girl. If you know, you know. But I just noticed these things. And because I'm trying to make sure that I don't eat too fast, I'm kind of I'm trying to use other people to gauge myself a little bit. So he gets up to go get his third plate, and I was like, hey, why don't you let that stuff digest first? And he looked at me. And I did see out of the corner of my eyes the other girls going, oh, this is going to be good. They're waiting. They're waiting. And I was like, yeah, you just finished your second plate. If you overeat, you'll probably get sick. Plus, you really ate that fast. And I'm being kind. I'm doing my best to be kind. Oh, what did you do now? Come here, you. Achy breaky heart. Sorry, I'm fighting with my thread here. I will cut you. Well, I guess we're just going to do that, aren't we? There we go. I'll just do that. And he's looking at me, and I can see the look, like he's getting pissed. So again, into the windows of his soul, I look and I go, do what you want. I was just suggesting it because the other night you got sick after you ate too much. And then I went about eating. And I know each and every one of them in the living room, not even just the girls, but Matt was kind of like, uh-oh. And he put the plate down, and he's like, I guess I could wait and see if I'm full. Like, do what you want. He's like, you're saying that, but I feel like you're not meaning it. And I put my plate down, and once again, do whatever you want. However, when repercussions come around, I will not sit and condone bitching like a little girl for 20 minutes because you overate. And then I picked back up my plate and I started to eat again. And they're just waiting. They're waiting for him to blow up at me. And he's like, well, I put down the plate. I'm like, yeah, good job. He's like, do I get a treat? I'm like, well, if you give me about 20 minutes, you can have dessert. So it's like we just kind of slid into this comfort. Like, I know what he was expecting, but when I didn't start to just like mega nag him, I think he wasn't expecting that. Was just like, okay. The best thing was later on that day, one of the girls comes in and she was like, I was just on the phone with mom. And he's like, oh, did you tell her I said hi? She's like, yeah. She's like, I was, but, and she tried something. And it was hilarious because I don't, for as long as she has known this woman, this man, he doesn't understand that this man can put on a petticoat and he can wear it, and he used to do things out of spite. His astrology is a tiger, so it's understandable. He has a stubborn streak. So she goes, yeah, well, I was telling mom, well, guess what? Aaron's got a girlfriend now. And she said, that's nice. And, she's happy for you. And he looks at me. This is like our third week together. We haven't even had a whole month yet. No. It was a few months, actually. Because we met in July. And I'm not expecting anything. We've been just kind of chill about everything. Neither of us putting a label on nothing. We still hadn't spent a night apart. So there's that. But I don't think either of us really were thinking about it. And I look at him and he's like, what? I'm like, you okay with that? He's like, yeah, I'm okay with that. That's cool. So girlfriend? I'm like, sure. Boyfriend? He's like, yeah. I'm like, cool. And then we just went back to what we were doing. Except, you know me. I'm watching her out of the corner of my eye. And I am cackling inside like the Wicked Witch when or the queen when she changed into that old crone. I am cackling. But I'm keeping it inside because her face fell. What she expected Aaron to do was to freak out and then for me to get insulted. Yeah, I mean, don't be a little girl. Be a lady. Be a woman. We got to have each other's back because ladies and other ladies, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, for the love of God, we have enough issues to deal with without coming at each other. We need to make sure that we're lifting each other up and that we stop looking at things needing to be perfect. Because I will tell you right now, perfection was created for women to have something to do. Yeah, we've got to be together on this stuff, and it's just chill. And that's I've been working on reprogramming myself as well, because I look at some of the old movies that I watched and used to love, and I'm like, what the fuck was John Hughes trying to teach me? Because I don't think I like what he was trying to teach me. I mean, Breakfast Club, I know, and I'm sorry, but this is how I feel about Breakfast Club now. She was a princess because she was popular, and the only reason Jock Boy went after Crazy Girl was because she suddenly became beautiful. Listen, they all needed a juice box and a therapy appointment. And some confronting of parents in a couple of them for sure. Be nice if they remade that movie. Added some stuff to it. Maybe Jock and Nerd can get together. I'm just like that sometimes. We're trying to decide Aaron and I are trying to decide what our next buddy read is going to be. Because I kind of want to just sit in the living room and work on stuff and us be listening to the same book. Yeah, when you start reprogramming, when you start looking at some of the stuff that you have to change that you need to change. Like, I don't like when people say, "Oh, grow up." Bitch, I can't help but grow up. I can't help but get older. It's called time and physics. It happens. Well, you need to be mature. Okay, so how am I not mature? I mean, I already know some ways I'm not mature. There's reasons why I don't want cameras in my house. I don't want y'all to see some of the dances I do and end up on my butt doing. Did I get that side? I did. Another fun one that was in the box. Sports animes are always interesting. But that's one of the things, is that they're like, oh, well, you still watch cartoons. So? You're telling me that I have to put childish things away because I'm a grown-up? No, I think I'm going to keep the things that bring me joy in my life. C.S. Lewis said, the first thing we're supposed to do is, there's a really good quote by C.S. Lewis about putting away childish things. Oh, thank God they're not white. Okay, good. My neighbors are moving in. I miss my old neighbors. They were so nice. When I say nice, I mean, we met for like 5 seconds on the lawn when we moved in. And they're like, hey. And I'm like, hey. I was like, are you a neighbor that'll call the fire department if my house is on fire? He's like, yeah. I'm like, cool. I'll do that too. And that's been our whole thing. It's just, all I need to know is that if you see smoke and my house is on fire, you're going to call somebody. That's all I need in a neighbor most of the time. And quiet. They were so quiet. They had a kid and they had 2 kids, and I never knew they had kids. So nice. I love all my neighbors so far. Like, literally, the only thing was that I would see the teenager like cross through our yard instead of walking down his drive and then going through. And like, my old blood is like, get off my lawn. But the OG teenager in me is like, listen, we did worse. I'm like, I know we did worse. We cut across lawns, I know. But they're on my lawn. But I don't care about my lawn that much, so I think that's what won out. We care just enough. I'm trying to plant some plants, but man, they keep dying. The professor, my blueberry plant, he's not looking too good. Oh, let me make sure everything's right side up. We're good. I lost count of which one I'm on. I'll have to peek. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is number 8. This is how quick these are. Once you get your pieces, you're good. And I'm telling you, 45 minutes. Actually, it was like 35 minutes to sew on my little badge and then to sew it onto the pocket. And then it was 35 minutes to sew on the pocket. the big pocket. And that was for 50 of them. Thank you for the follow. I am so close to 2,000 followers, y'all. Oh my God, speaking of followers and lives. Okay, so we watched this movie last night called Chad Gets the Axe. And the writing on this movie was amazing. When are you? Tammy's asking when I'm going to sell them. Currently, these are going to be going up for my convention in September for the Labor Day convention, Dragon Con. However, I do kind of give an advantage to. You really did move, you little butthead. I give an advantage to those that watch the live that if there's one that you want, what we can do is I can just do a custom one for you. As long as I still have some of it. Like the next one, that's the very last of my vinyl, definitely. On you. A little overzealous there. That's good. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. That's annoying. Yeah, I'm about, I think like 25 away from 2,000. And then Aaron goes, well, how many then do you need for to use the TikTok studio on the computer? I'm like, 8,025. He's like, oh, baby. I'm like, no, I'm kind of excited because not long ago it was like, 9,000. Okay, we're just going to kind of fiddle with that, I guess, later. There we go. Oh, I know that kind of moving too. The only reason we move now with boxes is because of the fact that Aaron works for U-Haul and I can get the boxes super cheap. Okay, so perfect example of a shift. One of these shifted, so now I don't have a nice, very even. It's a little bit uneven at the top. Okay, that's okay. This is still sellable at its price. I will still sell this at 25 because that does not look bad. You won't see it. You'll barely see it, on top of the fact that it does not take away from the functionality of it. So if it's not cosmetic, or if it doesn't take away from any type of cosmetic, or it doesn't, there you go. Sorry. Try that again. If it does not create a cosmetic problem or a utilitarian problem. Sorry, I'm throwing out the big words today, apparently. I'm getting that vocab out. SAT words, then I don't discount it because that is a disservice to me. I still put the same amount into this. It shifted. Okay. Again, I don't see anything cosmetic, especially on the back. Oh no, that's part of their uniform. And it just means that when I sew, I'm just looking to see who is. Yeah, it's this one that shifted. So, and it looks like what happened is it stretched this vinyl just a smidge. So, just gonna do that. And just go down. It just stretched a little bit. It is a bit of a stretchy vinyl, marine vinyl. If you're doing these to sell and you're doing them like I am, like you want a good chunk of them, Charlie. He is around somewhere. for sure. As long as none of those are issues, then there's really no reason to discount it. Especially since it looks like it didn't shift. It just looks like it stretched it. But that's at your own discretion as well. But I do like this vinyl. It is a little stretchy, but I do like doing just a simple vinyl for the inside like this. Because what you're really going for is the outside. This is what really needs to be. Just stop touching my ear. I must have scratched it or something because it hurts. Top of it. No. It's just nice. It's just as nice. I do recommend still doing the pocket with the same vinyl that you use for the outside. Charlie's probably sunning himself or watching the people. He likes to also go out and watch the birds. Why are you not moving? Well, I mean, that just means that it's not going to come out. There's gotta be the other one. Come on. Nope. Okay. That works. Like at one point, I think I singed one somewhere, but it was on the back and you're never going to see it. So. Oh, I'm also putting a call out to any friends that are going to the San Diego Comic-Con. They just released the bag design for it. And it's American Dad, and I kind of need it in my life. I need it in my life more than I need cheese. Come here, you. Alrighty. After Dragon Con, I do plan on trying to release a bag pattern. I'm still working on it. Where am I going? There you go. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do the sling or the backpack because there's a kind of a switch case backpack I'm thinking of doing. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I only got one more notebook though, or notepad. There's another one. What time is it? 30 past 11. So all of these have been done on the live so far. Can you believe that? A lot of it is because I've already got part of it done. Oh, no, not this one. That's Demon Daddy. Boop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So how about I do 3 more so that I got an even 10. Because there's a new way I want to do a zipper. That's why I'm thinking. Thank you, Deborah. God, those look so nice. Oh, got it. I'm thinking with the backpack because there's an interesting way to do a zipper that I've been thinking about. Oh, I don't even know if this one's going to sell because it's my favorite murder, and I don't know how popular this podcast is anymore. But we'll see. Shall see. Oh, and sometimes I cut some of the pockets backwards. They're fine. They're still functional. It just means that the stuff will go in this way instead of this way. Not a big deal. Not worth trying to recut it. I did cut one upside down. But you really can't tell because it's a Vash the Stampede one. And it kind of looks cool upside down. But I didn't cut this part upside down, just the pocket. And it's the part where he's got like the space helmet on. Because I haven't watched this version of Vash yet. Now, if you find that your vinyl is stretching, this is when you probably want to put a little piece of the tape, double-sided tape right here. You just want to make sure that it's not touching where your cut hole is. Oh, I'm sure she would love that. No, to make it a left one. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea. So yeah, if you accidentally do this, then just put it on the other side. I'm not going to do that only because of the fact that I have rounded corners to match with this. And if I put the rounded corner on the inside, it doesn't catch it right and it's easily pulled up. Yeah, I am definitely sure that your 11-year-old would like it. I am hungry. What in the world am I going to do for lunch? Because I'm thinking if I have a little light something, then I won't feel bad when I have a... Oh, they have these... Sam's has these, like, chicken pork hot dogs with cheddar in them. And they are really, really good. I might get one of those. Yes. Yeah, I need to put that, wouldn't be a bad idea. I can probably get away with sewing these at the convention. Y'all don't know what I do at my booth. I don't just sell stuff. I make it there too. Like I'll have my heat press, my tumbler heat press there so that when somebody orders a tumbler, they pick the design and I make it right then and there. I get so anxious doing it, but they're so happy when they get like their tumbler made right then and there. One year at Indie Pop, I had someone ask if I could personalize it. I'm like, sure. They're like, great. So, actually their name, the name that they gave me was Tiberius. Did I snip the other one? Hang on. I did not. So I was like, that's really cool. I can put Tiberius on that. And they wanted it of their service dog. So they sent me the picture and everything. So I said, sure, come back tomorrow. Are you going to be here tomorrow? They're like, yeah. I'm like, sure, great. Awesome. Come by tomorrow and I'll have it made for you. So I took a deposit for half just in case. This way it wasn't out materials and stuff like that. And they came back and I had a lot of fun putting the name Tiberius on there and making sure their pupper was shown really well. And he was so happy. And he kind of started tearing up. I'm like, oh my gosh, are you okay? I mean, your pupper's adorable, but... and I'm like, did you have to fight to get them? Like, I thought it had something to do with the dog. And actually it had to do with the fact that they just recently had come out as trans. And that this was the first thing that he ever put his new name on. His name on. And I started tearing up because I was like, I can't believe you let me be a part of this journey for you. I am so happy because they're like, I really liked all that you did on it. I'm like, something told me to go extra because actually something always tells me to go extra. I know, right? I'm not crying. You're crying. I'm like tearing up thinking about it because it was such an honor to have somebody trust you with something like that. And then I'm always happy when people feel that I deserve to know all of them and not just a piece of them. That always hurts my heart to know that some folks will not accept somebody else for who they are. And to be given that privilege is always amazing for me. But y'all know me. Over emotional as always. I enjoy being a safe space for somebody. After finding my safe space, it's a it's just so nice. I want everybody to have a safe space person. Because it's hard to give all of yourself to somebody. It still feels like you hide things even from friends that you know are your best friend in that. There's still parts of you that you keep like locked away. Oh God. The moment he walked away, I had to go under the table and bawl like a little baby. I was just my husband just like reached under the table and pet me on the head, letting me know it's okay. He's got the booth. My nephew's going to be helping us too. So I'm excited. I'm thinking of having him hand out the pocket friends that we're doing. Y'all tell me how dumb I am sometimes. We hand out these little pocket friends. They're little 3D printed animals. Last year they were shabbits, a shark rabbit. I said I called them shabbits because it sounded like a curse word. And tell me that I just realized like this last week. Come on, what are you doing? Um, that I'm Chubby Bunny Studios handing out eggs. God blessed Easter Bunny, apparently now. He's like, you just got that? I'm like, shut up. He's like, that's why I picked eggs. I'm like, stop talking, baby. I want to love you. So I need you to not talk. But I'm actually, oh, I gotta do that too. Damn it. I gotta call Allstate about my bloody printer that decided to stop working because I really want to take the small printer with me so that I can do cups on demand. So that means I'd be able to design it on my iPad, print it to the printer, and then put it on the cup. So what I also wanted to do with these was I wanted to have the ability that if somebody was like, oh, this would make a great iPad or a Kindle cover, I would be like, great. So I'll just smear some E6000, smack the case on there, and then they pay for it that way. And my husband is like, will you please stop thinking of ways to work more at the booth? I'm like, you want me to deal with my anxiety or not work? Like, pick a path, babe. I mean, it can't be just me. Like, sellers, do you get that too, where until you make your first sale, you're like, oh, well, great, I did all this work for nothing. I'm a loser and nobody's going to buy any of my stuff. Just going to sew them now. Hang on. Well, because I have a little domestic sewing machine that I take with me. Actually, it's the one I used to sew on for the business. I still have it because it's my baby. But I take that with me. And for hip pouches, I don't do the hip belt until somebody buys it. This way, all they have to do, this way it'll fit. I had a mother-daughter team who wanted the hip pouches and they were kind of confused. So I told them that. They're like, wait, what? And her daughter was like very tiny, but the mom was, same, a little bit bigger than me. And she was like, hold on. So you mean you're going to make this hip pouch so it will fit me? I'm like, yeah. And the daughter was like, and it'll fit, and one will fit me. The one I pick will fit me. I'm like, yeah. Because she was like, tiny, tiny thing. And I'm like, I get that it was just on both sides. Like they were ecstatic because what I used to do was bring my rivet press, but doing the sewing works a lot faster because otherwise I'm sitting, I might be able to use the soldering iron now. And then just, it'd be that exact noise. Go back to doing rivets on them instead of sewing them. Okay, that's an idea. I think that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, Aaron's like, stop making more work at the booth, please. I'm like, no, can't do it. Can't stop, won't stop. Ain't no party like a sewing at the booth party. Sewing at the booth party don't stop until they kick you out and tell you to go home. Okay, there we go. All right. Now this is definitely a softer, more flexible, as you can see, flexible vinyl. So it's not going to have the same like stature as the other ones that I've made because it is a thinner vinyl. This was one of the first vinyls I ended up with from Beauty and Geek. I think it was actually one of her first rounds even. I just ended up with like a 12-inch roll. I don't even know how I bought this or why I bought it, probably because it was a very popular podcast at the time. But there's another one. Another one gets the dust. Oh. Thing is, this isn't very boring. Like I've got some that I guess because the steps don't take that long for me. But if I find inexpensive cases where I'm not making this a $50 item, it's maybe adding 10 to it, 5 or 10, because that's what I was thinking. You pick out the planner. You tell me if it's this type of Kindle or this type of that. I glue in the case, fold it, and then I actually was going to get one of those little food saver things so that I could shrink wrap it and tell them not to open it for 24 hours so the glue can cure properly. And that way it's got that pressure for the glue. And I'm telling Aaron and my brother this. And my brother's looking at Aaron like, the hell is she on? He's like, oh, you have no idea. But with my nephew there, my original booth wouldn't really have much room for him to sit because I'm like, there's really no sitting at my booth. You're on your feet all day. Sorry. However, I got approved for a little bit more room, another half a booth, which is great. And I think what we're going to do is under one of the tables, set my nephew up with like maybe a tiny air mattress and some blankets and pillows. And he can use the light that we have, the little neck lamp. And that way, when he needs to be away from people, he's going to need to be away from people. He's my sweet, sweet boa. When he needs to be away from people, he can just go under there. Done and done. And then Aaron starts kind of like, all right, you've been thinking about everybody else's comfort. Let's think about yours for a hot second. I'm like, true. Because I know I'm not the only one that thinks of everybody else's comfort but my own first. I've gotten a lot better. So is he. It upsets me thinking about how little he thinks of his own comfort and how much I know past people took advantage of that. You know, he's not a doormat, but his comfort always came last. And when I mean last, I mean very last. So we've been working on both of our comforts. And I'll tell you too, Valerie, your comfort is important. It's so hard to think of that too, because I was one of those people when I was at any retail job, I would overwork myself. Like easily overwork myself. To the point that at one point I was working 3 jobs when I was living with a friend of mine, and I put myself in the hospital because I wasn't sleeping. Like, I didn't have a day off. I worked every day at Subway, every day at the Blockbuster in the same plaza. So I was literally working Subway in the morning, had a half an hour in between my shifts so that I could swallow some food. So at least I was eating. And then I was working at Blockbuster. And then 3 nights a week, when I was done at Blockbuster, I was heading over to a club called Southern Nights and working ballet there. And the 3 nights that I was working at Southern Nights easily paid for my rent. So rent was taken care of. But I was getting, because, let's see, 6 a.m. was when I started at Subway. I would go till like 4, and then I would start Blockbuster at 4:30 until midnight, and then go home. So I'd get home about 1 o'clock. No, it was 5 a.m. actually, because I had to start the bread. Time for the donuts. Yeah, and on the 3 nights I worked at Southern Nights, I was off at 10 at Blockbuster, and then till 3 a.m. and then back at Subway again. So I was making good money. I went to hospital bills. Exactly. Spine and joint issues and yeah. So it's like, ugh. And at one point when we were at one of our at the first job up here in Georgia, like we weren't paying rent because we were living on the property and taking care of the property and that. But I will tell you right now, that boss took advantage of Aaron. Aaron could barely eat lunch. And he wouldn't let me do much of the work because he didn't think we were getting paid properly for 2 people. So, plus he wanted me to work on the business and get everything going with it. So he wanted me in the back sewing and stuff like that. Oh, got to do the middle. I'm going to have to check and make sure on all of these that I've remembered the middle. But he wanted to get a second job. And I'm like, absolutely not. He's like, well, we might need it. I'm like, then I will get a job. I will get a quote unquote second job. He's like, well, why you and not me? I'm like, because of the fact that you're already doing more work than you should be as it is. Because this guy used him as pest control and lawn maintenance, actual maintenance, as well as the job itself. So, I have to be careful that I don't delve too much into those memories because they are triggering to my anxiety. Just the sound of that man's voice will set me off. Wonder where I feel like I'm playing Bob and Chicken again here. Sweet. So I'm doing little jump threads so I don't go along the bottom twice. Yeah. Yeah, it's I'm so glad that Aaron's working. The boss that he has really has been amazing. He asks for what he asks for, things that need to get done, obviously, but he doesn't demand. Like, there's a difference between having employees under you and going, hey, I really need you to get this done for me. Thanks. And coming up and going, you need to do this, 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 and this. Because that's what that boss would do. He would give Aaron a list and put high priority on everything. And I'm like, that's not how that works. And because I've had to deal with bosses like that, I was trying to help Aaron figure out how to prioritize and get certain things done without not getting everything done, because you can't, like, I write down a list of everything I want to do, doesn't mean I'm going to get it. He is my sweet man. I told him he may end up a Caucasian gentleman of age, but he will never be an old white man. I feel like I have to tell him that a lot, unfortunately. It's also been interesting watching him figure out his place in our friend group. That's also our gaming group. And the whole group is going to be at Dragon Con. I'm so excited that we're all going to Dragon Con. We rented out a huge Airbnb. Hopefully that doesn't get screwed. But I'm so excited. But it's interesting because he feels like he's the dumbest person in the group. And I'm like, that's not the case. Like, okay, so my brother's got a master's in physics. If he wants to punish you, he'll just talk to you about the homework he's given his students for college. He teaches college kids. So he's got knowledge in that. But who does he text when he doesn't know how something is baking wrong? He texts me because he's not educated in that category. We have an amazing, I love the balance we have in our group because my brother is also a programmer. But yeah, Aaron is a very hands-on. Like, if something needs to be fixed, I know at least three of the guys in my group are going to call somebody to fix it. But Aaron and one of the other guys are going to fix it themselves. They'll figure it out. So he's got hands-on mechanic smarts. And he can figure things out. He just has to have that patience to do it. And the tiger in him sometimes just will not let him do it. But it's also getting him to kind of be okay with it. And it's rough to be okay with not learning something. I had a boyfriend call me dream killer. He wanted to be a writer. And I'm nothing but supportive. So I did research. I figured out what a lot of writers do, how they get somewhere, so I gave him all of this. And I said, this is, here are some suggestions. I didn't say this is what you need to do. I said, here are some really good suggestions on getting your writing up. And he barely looked at any of the information. I mean, I put together a God blessed, beautiful portfolio. I could have gone to corporate with this portfolio. It was beautiful, this portfolio. With a damn piece of work art. But no. He just wanted to do it. I'm like, that's fine. And then after watching him, I could have been nicer in this. I do admit that now. With age comes wisdom. With experience comes wisdom, actually, is what I should say. I may have said, I don't think you're going to be a writer. Okay, I may have wanted to say that, but what I really said is, I don't think you're ever going to be a writer because you're not doing anything about it. And we got into an argument because he was like, no, I can be a writer. I'm like, you could. If you actually did any writing, to be a writer, you kind of got to write. He didn't like that. And I'm like, I know you don't like when I'm throwing facts at you. And he was like, listen, just because you're a dream killer. I'm like, okay, dream killer. That's a new one. I'm going to get that one tattooed on my ass. I was a little upset at the point. It's not fun being the bad guy or feeling like you're the bad guy. I didn't want. I thought he would do better at other things. You're good at what you do. You're good at what you want. But there are certain things that you got to put work into to be good at. I've been sewing for 8 years now. Actually, well, I've been sewing most of my life. My mother taught me how to sew. And I used to do costumes for a friend of mine that was Queen Elizabeth in a Ren Fair circuit. No, I never want to make a corset again. So I try not to be like curt with people when they say, oh, I wish I could sew like you. You can't. You just got to practice. I got my skill at this time frame because I am able to do a lot of sewing. If you're not able to do a lot of sewing, your journey is going to take a little longer. No journey is the same. Exactly. Practice makes progress. Also, that whole do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Oh my God. You want to see full on crazy eyes? It's not even bombastic side eye. It's straight on. What's wrong with you eyes? Because the more you love what you do, the more you have to work to keep it. The more you have something to lose. So the harder you have to work. Now do the work at, do the thing you love. I don't know. I need to figure out how to fix that one. Oh, what are you doing, mister? Huh? Little sassy pants there. It can. I was lucky enough. Oh, there's a tiny screw up there. Huh. I was lucky enough that we fell into a small bit of an inheritance. It wasn't a lot. It literally was enough to get this machine. Oh, I love this print. This is by Spookaboo. Spooksaboo? Spookaboo. I love their stuff. So stinking cute. I've got a couple of their Beetlejuice prints. I don't know if she's doing vinyl anymore. But that's the only reason I have this machine. Now, we were already starting to look at getting me a machine and trying to figure out how to do it. And that is because I was starting to go through domestics really fast. And there's only, I was sewing everything that I sew now on a domestic. I was just having to do a lot of, we'll call it witchcraft. I was having to make a lot of smart choices. Excuse me. I was having to really work on where interfacing was. It's why I really love that Alexis from Aura Rosa. She does all her patterns on a domestic machine. So everything that she makes is domestic friendly. You just have to make some of those hard choices sometimes. Like speaking of different phrases, like I do love practice makes progress is my favorite new one. I used the off two birds with one stone. Oh, hang on. That's okay. I'm just going to let that one share. Come on. I don't think. Instagram only lets me be live for so long. It can be. You just have to make choices like for my NCWs, I don't do the whole body in vinyl. I do a square. I do a 9x9 square, and then I add the wings on. Like the wing piece that you attach to that square. That's all you've got to do is don't attach those pieces in the pattern and just cut them out. I cut the vinyl out in the 9x9 square, and then I sew the wings on, and I do a butterfly stitch up them so it flattens it out, and then I cut some of that out. This way, when I fold it over, I'm not adding a lot of thickness to it. I should probably do one of them soon. I think I have somebody who wants a custom. She had a wallet from me about 4 years ago. And yeah, her wallet needs needs an update. So I'll touch base with her after the convention. But yeah, I said off two birds with one stone around my nephew, and he just kind of looked at me and he was appalled. Liz, what? Why are we hurting the birds? All right, well, birds don't like me, kiddo, but I get it. I do. Let's talk about this for a moment. Because I told him what it meant. He's like, yeah, but it seems mean. Yeah, the kid's right. It is mean. So I said, well, what if we did something else with the birds? He's like, a hammer? I'm like, no. Oh, for the love of God, no. Why did you go straight to that? And I'm like, no. What if we feed two birds with something? What if we fed them? His mom had been exploring baking scones. So he said, a scone. We will feed the birds with a scone. So now we say, feed two birds with one scone. And nobody's getting hurt. And it's still getting the point across. So I am trying to get that to be a thing. Well, I get mad. There is a website. Gosh, I can't remember what it's called. Oh, where you can plug in a movie and it'll tell you if any animals die. And I've been doing that because I watch a lot of horror movies, and I will say, unfortunately, there's quite a few horror movies that tend to use that, and it upsets me, especially if it's a cat. I'm like, not the kitty cat. I mean, the only reason I like Pet Cemetery is because technically Church comes back. The cat's name was Church. Does the dog? Yes. Does the dog die? Yeah. That is correct. I think it is that one. Because I remember it being a nice, simple one. Thought process. You can on Elvis, hey baby, always in touch. There we go. Now, these are coming out nice. Like, I'm not really having to trim too much. I say that and then... Now, also remember, if trimming it looks like it would take away more than just leaving it, then just leave it. Unless you're unless you're edge coating these, it's really not going to matter. Come on, you. There we go. Because this is literally what I just cut off. Oh yeah, you seem to be during the summer when it starts to get warm. Sorry, I felt like I was just yelling there. During the summer when it starts to get warm, I'll set out tiny saucers with sugar water in it for them. Because if they're just kind of laying there, sometimes they're not dead. They're just done doing anything. So sometimes all they need is a little sugar water. Just like me. All I need is a little sugar water, please. Oh, I love this one. Yeah. I love this one because it's got Cerberus. It makes me think of Encanto. Yeah, the John Wick movies. Nothing so lonely. Even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. Man, you deserve it. Man, you know that you heard of. Dito, Coolio. This but I gotta go. See myself in the pistol smoke pool. See the prayers in the street lights. Okay, come on, you. Here we go. Yeah, some of the trimming I didn't do on a couple of them because trimming it would have just... It was unnecessary. You couldn't even see it. And shaving that off would have taken more effort than was necessary. I gotta be down with the hood G. Dream. I got an initiated fool with money on my mind. Sorry, I grew up with Coolio. I can't help it. I grew up with listening to Coolio and Salt and Pepper, Crisscross, Blackstreet. I was a teenager in the 90s, so yeah. Oh, Lord. Okay. I think this might be the last one I'm going to do. Hang on. It's after 12. Oh, yep, this will be the last one. This is number 11. I meant to go to 10 and then kind of... That's why I put on the... I'm just a couple years older than you. It's so interesting because in most of like my repping groups, like my strike groups and that, I'm the oldest. And it's so weird to be in groups now where I'm not the oldest. I'm like, oh, okay. I get to be the young whippersnapper. Yay! It takes so little to make me happy. It really does. And yet, I am angered so easily as well. Oh, God, this is going to be so cute. Oh, I love this Cerberus print. I love all the cryptid prints from Positive Paints. She is just I love her stuff. I just do. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm trying to decide if I should get some Bridgerton designs. Are you and me? No, this one already shifted, but that's okay. Oh, my stomach's starting to growl something fierce. Trying to decide if I want some of the leftover macaroni and cheese. I mean, that's probably what I'm going to do. And I think I'll get some angel hair to go with the chicken parm thing that I'm doing tonight. That sounds good. I haven't had angel hair in a while. Huh? Gotcha, didn't I? Thought you were going to just go stitching away, huh? Tiberius is being so sassy today. I might have to check my pedal underneath and make sure that it's screwed in right. Because sometimes my knee lift moves. I think I finally got it tightened properly. So I do backstitch. I don't think it's that big of a deal to backstitch, but I do still pull the threads to the back or to wherever is going to be the most inconspicuous, because that way if I accidentally get a little too close with a little fire stick, it won't be noticeable. Ooh, almost. There we go. All right, last couple of stitches, and then this girl needs some food. Yeah, let me do that. Dunk on it. That's fine. That's with my new neighbors. All right. Meow? Okay. Thought my husband came home. Oh, cheers. Guess I'm doing that. Because I hear car doors closing, but I'm not sure where it's coming from. Now I have to be careful because I'm on the outside. There we go. All right. I will see you next, babe. I'm about to hop off too because my stomach is like, what is wrong with you? I don't know. And we'll just go this way. There we go. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull these threads. And I have an idea of not putting a tag on my shade slayers, but doing a stamp instead. I had Aaron 3D print me something to try out. So we'll try that out today. I will get a stamp roller or something. Sometimes it's not about saving money, but saving time. Speaking of, all right. Yeah. Wound up dead. Yeah, I try not to play the music that I'm playing too loud because it's not always what some folks want to hear. But it's a 90s station, so it's all over the place. As long as it was made in the 90s, they play it, which kind of makes me happy. And when I say kind of, I mean really happy. Okay. Oh, shoot. There we go. All right. So, and that's the last one. Morning, Sheila. You're on the tail end of it. But as you know, the tube of the U's will have it, the reel from Instagram decided to cut out as it always does on Saturday. So here are my shade slayers. I've got them all cut out with their lining. I do a soft fleece lining. And what I plan on doing is with these, what I do is I keep them raw edged. I go around at 1/4 of an inch. Then I cut down the fleece and sew it together. So what I'll do is I plan on doing the 1/4 inch and cutting it down. And then right here using the stamp and stamping my logo so that it's just kind of stamped right there, but it's not intrusive or going to scratch anybody's glasses. Because otherwise I have to put it on the outside, one of my tags, one of my brand me tags, these. It's not a big deal, but at the same time, I'm like, ugh, it's one extra step where all I have to do is go whack and it's done. But we shall see. Thank you so much, everybody who joined. And for the randomness of it, it's just what happens when I finish one bag and we do these. So thank you for helping me so long. And yeah, I plan on making one of these to keep by my bed so I can just stuff them in there. But we shall see. Because I got 50 of these too. All right, it's lunchtime. And I got to go. So I will say goodbye to the tubes of the U. Bye. There you. Oh, no. It's fine. I'll restart you in a minute. There it goes. Okay. So goodbye to the tubes of you.